He's playing with the buttons on the thing, isn't he? Hello, I am the Ronan Bold, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bold live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bold. Okay, that's enough. Hello, Dramacian and Shadow Reaper 2020 and Little Magnets. Ooh, Shadow Reaper 2020. Who would want that year in their name? Hindsight is 2020. It isn't, though, according to what we're doing. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. Not exactly sure what we're gonna do today. Just kind of just flying by the seat of my pants, trying to put together a plan for today's Kerbal Space Program mission. I don't know. I will have to think about it for a bit. The Light Guy 89 with the resub on a 5-month streak. Thank you, The Light Guy 89, for the subscription. Hey, Paul, how's it going? It's going good. I'm a happy Ronan Pong. You should record yourself intro you run as the crowd builds. Like, just, yeah, edit something together. Or I could just record myself, like, brushing my teeth. That would be more interesting, I think. Just, like, something completely banal that's just, like, the first 45 seconds pass and it's just a camera staring into a mirror in a bathroom. And then I walk in and I look like shit. I shouldn't have drank so much last night. And I pick up my... No, the thing, I got a vibrator. I mean, electric toothbrush. I got an electric toothbrush. I recommend it for, anybody who's got a chronic fatigue issue, or just, for anybody generally speaking. Keep your real toothbrush around because you want to get in there and muscle it occasionally. But damn, I had no idea how much effort went into just doing this for like 2 minutes. Until I had a button that I could go. I recommend it. But yeah, what about that as an intro? Just like 45 seconds, empty bathroom. I walk in looking hungover, and then brush my teeth, and then just walk out. Would that be a? Welcome to the live stream, everybody. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do today. A vid of you getting a beer and walking to the computer, says like 89. Oh yeah, you could do like, that was a big thing in, I want to say the 90s. So many, especially in comedy routines, like the way of starting out your HBO comedy special was to show you like getting out of the car, just the limo that just dropped you, and then walking over, coming out of the green room, and then walking behind the stage, people handing things to you, and you're handing it back to them. Do your entourage starting to come around, people behind you just drinking and shit like that, and then out, and then like you're following for a minute and 30 seconds, and then they walk straight out onto stage, and it's timed perfectly, as though we don't all know that was almost entirely all the time edited together, and then they just walked out onto stage. But that was the thing. I could do that for the live stream. Could really, like, if I could get like Brandon and Greg over here to play my entourage, and then we'd have to start like as far away from the computer as possible, so maybe down in the old canning room in the basement. Oh, I love this idea. Just walking through my basement, and then like I come up to Greg and he's got a fucking note, he's got like a pad out with something. I need your signature here, sir. And I'm like, oh, get that shit away from me. And I walk past him, and then I go up. Brandon's like asking for my autograph or something. Yeah, all right. And then like Greg has somehow slipped past us and like hands me a beer for the show. And yeah. Probably the most horrible thing I've ever seen created in KSP. Well, you have shut up. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Moon Truck Simulator. We're going to go moon trucking, people. We're going to go moon trucking today in the Kerbal Space Programs. Let's actually start up the Kerbal Space Program. So yesterday's, I did what I like to do off the live stream, put like way too much time into a simple build. And by the way, I'm going to try this layout today and see what the problems are with it. This is the layout that I set up for Cluster Truck, but maybe it works out. Having the chat up there, maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's a major problem. Maybe it's an issue that's going to break everything. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I spent way too much time designing a very small thing and being very finicky about how I wanted everything to be and playing with whether or not to make it heavier or try and stick with it being lighter, and how much did I care about the visuals over how much I cared about the efficiency. What we need, what we've needed, what we now need, because we've got a great big old space station up there at the moon, is something that can go land on the moon, carrying some Kerbals, and come back. That can just be out there, never comes down from space. It's just a lander from the space station to the moon and back. That's what we need. And now we have one. As we will shortly see. So join me into my Pawn is Normalish. Yes, Pawn is Normalish, where we've been playing. We spent a lot on our space station. I thought we have all decided is fashion over function. I think that's where I landed as well. But I did, I still spend like 2-3 hours getting to the point where where I'm ready to go. Okay. The looks count more than it actually working. Hey, Pawn, says Pika Pup. Hello, Pika Pup. Haven't hopped on your stream in a while. How you doing, says Blue Man Bad. I'm doing good. Let me show you the thing that I did yesterday. I was very happy with it. I was so excited to, show it to you that I had to go make a thumbnail for a live stream, which I've done twice now for things that I was excited about. Let's check out the Moon Camper Mark 1. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the Moon Camper in full. And doesn't it look like a wee babby little moon camper? So, I decided that for our lander, what if it could roll around? What if... Quit it, Run Phoenix. What if it could roll around? Wouldn't that be nifty? So I decided to make it into a roller, and this was the first time that I ever actually played with... I just started with the Mark II lander can, and I hadn't, messed with the Mark II lander can before. So first I was like, oh, that's cool. I like the look of that. That's a pretty good design. I just clicked down here to see if there were variants, and there was, and it was that. It's just that. And I was like, oh, wow. That's neat. That's nifty. And then I tried to start building on it, and the problem with this, in fact, if I could, switch the core to you and then get rid of all this stuff, the problem with this, really, for me, is that the center of mass is there. So, in my first builds, I was like, if I built on top, then maybe I could pull the center of mass up to, the center of the craft, so that when you launched it, you could launch it like this, in a tighter little, fairing, in a tighter little shell, but this would have to be over there, or else it's going to throw the craft off, and it'll be weird for flying it around. So trying to, manage the center of mass on this thing was the main, concern for me when I first started building. And I built some stuff together, and then I got to a certain point and said, you know what, maybe I should just go back to this, it'll be easier. And so I went back to this and started building on this, and this, if you haven't played with the Mark II lander can before, also has an extra feature that I just stumbled upon when I right-clicked and went, wait a second, open doors? What do you mean? And there's doors there, because it really is just hollow areas that have been tacked onto, the thing that's actually in the middle of here, the main core body of it. So that was pretty cool. I was tucking the fuel into here, and I just stuck a engine on the bottom of there, and it was you would just end up seeing this with an engine on it, and it would fly, and you'd be like, well, where's the fuel? So very cool model. I like this. I like this a lot. But what I did end up doing with it, of course, don't save that. What I did end up doing with it in the end is I went back to the slim model and turned it into an RV. Turned it into a recreational vehicle, a moon-capable recreational vehicle. So what's my missions for today, asked Pika Pup? To put this out at our space station and start doing trips down to the moon. I believe in our missions we have what? Oh, and I'm thinking about sending a probe up to the moon, because we've got one for an equatorial orbit, and I never actually did it, even though we sent 2 probes to the moon. And it would be good to have another comm satellite at the moon. We got 2 of them in, perfect 180-degree, opposite sides of the moon going polar around it. But there's still the opportunity for things to be out of communication with a system like that. So having one that's going around, maybe that fills in the gap. I don't know. It's a slight gap. It's not a big issue anyway. But we've got a mission to rescue Hallis from the surface of the moon. Hallis Kerman. And then we've got Tannany and Tannany. Tannany? Really? Is this some kind of a random rule? Tannany and their craft need to come home, which is interesting. I haven't even thought about the idea of being able to like bring their craft back in one piece to the surface of Kerbin, but okay. A scan with a rover arm on the moon of Olivine formation. That's Minmus. Alright, that's Minmus. That's not on the moon. Alright, I don't know what the missions are. I wanted to build a rover, and I built a rover. So there we are. Here we exist. We got a couple of moon missions that we can do today. To make some money, and also to make this this trip make a little bit more sense. But I have got a scanning arm on the front of this, and I've set it up so that the range, like, it works out. It doesn't, like, penetrate through anything, except for it does penetrate through the little cap here, I believe, when we do the animation. Do it again? Yeah, it penetrates through that, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Everything else is nifty and neat. But this is the thing. It's got mystery goo, it's got barometer, it's got thermometer, it's got a license plate, it's got a rodent pawn sticker hanging off of its ass. I have actually, you may note, if you look in the undercarriage of the vehicle, we've got 6 of these Oscar Bs, but we've also got a donut external tank going on there. We're moving everything with a single spark, the most efficient way to set this up. If I go over here to the moon and vacuum, and we see that we've got 1,443 meters per second at delta V and 3.02 TWR on this craft. You'll note that it does have its own probe, so it can go all on its own empty, even though it can store 2 Kerbals as it goes, and that there's a monoprop container on the bottom of this. Now, if you are familiar with the Mark II lander can, you'll know that it actually holds a butt-ton of monoprop itself, 40 of the stuff. And that is wasted, that's just a waste to bring that along. So I've sucked out all the monoprop and I've locked down that tank because I never want it to fill. When we do refill this craft, I want to be refilling, like 7 is more than we would need. 7.5 is more than we would need on a small craft like this for doing like little maneuvers where we can attach ourselves via the docking port Junior, which used to be a big docking port, and I decided to go down to the Junior, to the space station. Hi, I'm a professional talker. Reminds me of a Winnebago for Spaceballs, doesn't it? It's definitely, you know, an RV. I'm a pretty big fan of it. If we retract everything, see how it looks when it's not all deployed and whatnot, and turn off the lights. I love this one right over the rear entrance and exit there. You'll note that I've used some tiny nose cones in order to create, I don't know, rear view flashers on the thing, and apparently on the front. I don't think I needed them on the front. I think I decided that I didn't like them on the front. So you guys, I must have reverted at some point. Yeah, let's reduce the part count on this. This is 4 tons. When it's full of liquid fuel and everything, 4 tons, 44 parts. It's got monoprop, it's got RCS systems, it's got liquid fuel, it's got electric, it can generate, it's got comms, it's got everything going on, and it can drive itself around the joint. So save that. And in terms of it being able to drive itself around the joint, one thing that we have not done to date is we haven't actually completely farmed the space station for all the science that we could get just around the KSC. And hey, looks like somebody's parked a camper up over at the astronaut complex. If I try to open doors not in the VAB, it causes major physics lag. Oh, really? Does it? I haven't tried it because I went with the other design, but I would believe it. Lots of little bugs and things. This is what she looks like live out in the world. Jeb and Bill are piloting her right now. Do you have things in there? Yep, you're full, ready to go. All the electric charge. We step inside the craft, This is what she looks like on the interior. And from Jeb's perspective especially, you can see that little arm in just the right position. We are back. We are rolling backwards. Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. Get me back out here. Put the put the brakes on. Thank you very much. And if we go into the view it mode, ooh, and then go ahead and roll me out a little bit. Thank you. And you can put the brakes back on. We can see, you know, what's going on in this vessel here. So there's both of them. Hard to tell the difference. They're separated at birth, but one of them is happy, and the other. So that must be Bill, and that's Jeb. But yeah, we can see. I think from the rear as well. Yeah, from the rear you can see in the back here. They got. They're doing. They're pretending to do science anyway. If I could get that on your screen, they're pretending. They'd like to believe it. But yeah, they got that, and then they got like little arms where they something in the other in there, apparently. I don't know what they think they're doing. They got the ladder for passing through the docking port, which is now a docking port, anyway. I very much like this little craft. Go ahead and turn that view and that mode off if you don't mind, and then find me the craft. So let's deploy. And what the hell, we'll turn the lights on. We are deployed, and we can generate our own electricity. And you'll note that I've got an extra 2 little panels there. It actually consumes so much electricity, it's just helpful to have. I've also got SAS on this, and I've turned it to SAS only mode, which means that it will specifically help me with yaw, so long as I'm driving on a flat surface like this, so I can make like sharper turns, and it will bank me against the turn. See the yaw doing its work over there? Kind of. You can kind of see it. Is it a license recertification day? Maybe it is. Maybe that's what I'm doing. That would explain why the hell we're here. But yeah, I'll tell you why we're here is right here, right now. One is to, you know, have some fun rolling this thing around. And then the other thing is to actually collect science, because we have not done all of these things. And my God, there's a lot of science to be had from just around the KSC. So let's get her going, except for we don't have a scientist. God damn it. We'll recover this vessel, bring these boys in. I need a scientist who can reset the mystery goo for us. Tell me I still got a scientist. I sent Bob up to the space station. I think I hired a second scientist, or I had somebody. One of you became a scientist. I remember that being a thing. We got a new version of that craft anyway. Let's put it out on the runway. Can I switch and choose parts from the other thing? No? Alright, well, don't worry about it. Actually, check my astronauts here. Available is just Jeb, Bill, and Val. We need a scientist. Damn it. I have to hire another scientist? Son of a bitch. That means I gotta name a Kerbal after somebody in chat, and I gotta spend 123,300 bucks. Hey, Pawn, thanks for waiting to start streaming till after my socialist movie night about CIA-supported mass murder in Indonesia. Turned out shorter than expected, so really appreciate it. Okay. Pawn, you need to gather all that up and get a ladder up to a waiting rocket so you can take all the science to the space station. Okay. So the idea would be go around, drive around, get all the data. You could convince me to do this, Ren Phoenix. Grab all the data, and then the pilot of the craft gets out, puts all the data in their pockets. We grab that craft off of the KSC grounds, and then that pilot has to have a way of climbing into the ship that's actually going to go to the moon, carrying all the data, and then it can shove that data into the research lab. It's a really stupid idea. Really stupid idea. I could just put a research lab on the surface of Kerbin just outside and do this. Is that rum? It's Dr. Pepper is what it is. I'm having a bit of the soda water, which I'm enjoying. I haven't done that in a long time. I have my system does not deal with caffeine very well anymore. Wow, I've got like nothing but scientists. Scientist, pilot, engineer, pilot, engineer, pilot, scientist. Okay, maybe it's actually relatively evenly distributed. Let's look for a scientist with the most courage and the least stupidity. And it looks to me like that's going to be Gilong Kerman. And it's a lady. It's a lady, Kerman. So let's have her. Shall we have her? Gilong, welcome to the Mitch. I just paid more than I spend on 3 fucking... more than I spend on a lot of things. More than I spend on 3 goddamned launches for you, Gilong. You better be very, very good to this program. What she can be is good to this program in terms of being renamed to be one of you. So, available, Gilong Kerman, edit, who wants to become Gilong? Who wants to be Gilongated, you know what I'm talking about? An American who can't handle caffeine, it's the end of the world as we know it. I drank so much soda through my 20s. Like, I would buy a 2-liter of the off-brand, like, Kmart soda every day on the way into work. And I'd show up to work at like 10 a.m. and by noon it'd be gone. So it took me a long time to figure out that's a bad idea. Because I started to get panic attacks, and then I had to figure out that they were panic attacks, and then I had to figure out that they were being brought on specifically by the caffeine. And when I stopped drinking coffee and soda, I didn't have a panic attack, you know, until I got chronic fatigue syndrome, and then it's a similar attack. I don't know if it's a panic attack. But yeah, I used to suck down a 2-liter a day to start the day. Don't do that, kids. Don't do that. I didn't know you didn't have a lab in orbit. I agree. Taking it to the moon is pointless, says Ren Phoenix. Yeah, I'd have to take it all the way to the moon, where I do have a lab in orbit there. Caffeine/coffee is life. It's a very disturbing life to me. We're going to... Yeah, I'm going to name this Kerbal after somebody in chat, and we're just going to do that with Random Viewer. Random Viewer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I bet you weren't expecting this, because I know I sure the hell wasn't. Give me a drum roll. And the person who's just won a position in my space center is Jolting Eon. Hey, Jolting Eon, you lurker. You lurker, you. Jolting Eon. I'm going to do it without the underscores and stuff. I'm going to make it look like a name, because it almost does. Jolting Eon, you are a lady scientist Kerbal. Welcome to the program. Alright, so now we've got her. Now we can put one of these out on the pad. A moon camper, I presume it was 17? 48. Why do I have 2 different, like, versions of this? I got the 17 moon camper, and then I got the moon camper. Let me just go in here and see. I know that I just ripped off, like, little pointy things, but, why are there 4 parts difference on one and the other? Because this version doesn't have that on it. Okay. So, yeah. Moon Camper Mark 1. I need to, like, consolidate this stuff. So, we've got these 2 parts on this one, and I was ripping these off because they're just silly. Don't need them there. You're 4 tons. Yes, exactly that way. And you need to be 017 Moon Camper Mark 1, save it, overwrite it, open, and Moon Camper Mark 1, like, delete that, and that's the autosave. Moon Camper Mark 1, load you up, that's you. That's exactly how she's supposed to be, except for she needs to be all closed up. Alright. Alright, just figuring things out in the save files and stuff. Found another couple of bugs while I was building this. Another couple of bugs. You want to see a bug? I will. Ooh, you want to, like, first person to guess this bug gets to be the first person who guessed what this bug is. Okay? You ready? You ready? Guess this bug. Guess this bug. Can you get it? I wish I had like a do. I think the closest thing that I've got for that would be No, that's not. What am I looking for here? Can you guess the bug that you're staring at right now in Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Put your money down as it stands right now. What is the bug that you are staring at presently, but it's missing? You're not seeing it, but it's right there. It's in front of your face. What's the bug on screen right now in relation to the Oscar B fuel tank? You tell me, and you'll win and 3 of them for life. Turn that up. Shut up. Okay, wrong ratio of fuel to oxidizer, poorly designed game. Kind of that thing on the nose cone thingy. It is the Oscar B fuel tanks here. Let's just look at every other tank and see what we can do. So, what else we got? We got this one. Okay, liquid fuel oxidizer. Put you up here. Liquid fuel oxidizer. Put you up here. Liquid fuel oxidizer. You. Liquid fuel oxidizer. Oscar B. Oxidizer liquid fuel. Oxidizer liquid fuel. Yeah, I noticed that while I was doing, like, you know, important math on figuring out, like, how much I should drain out of tanks and things when I had a different design going on for this. Oxidizer and liquid fuel are reversed on the Oscar Bs. And only on the Oscar Bs, which, you know, it's confusing. It's confusing. It's definitely an oversight that I would call a bug. Are we still good here after whatever it is that I just did? You know, did I break anything while I was jumping around and playing fucking game show music and whatnot? I was almost right, says Rookie84. Yes, you were closest without going over. Yeah, we're still what we were before, and all of the things are undeployed. Excellent. Put just the one crew in there that I want, which is going to be Jolting Eon. And save it and launch it. We're going to go around the Space Center first thing and just collect all the science that we haven't collected until now. But yeah, the LF and the O are indeed flipped. Just another little bug. We're up to 60-some in my list of things that, you know, mixtures of bugs and and just poor UI choices and stuff like that. So let's head on down here. Let's go ahead and deploy so that we do generate the electricity as we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I don't really need the lights on, but it looks so nice when the lights are on, so I will turn the lights on. I did spend a lot of time, you may notice that the wheels on this craft are like at a weird angle. Spent a lot of time playing with the wheels so that like they could hopefully at max speed like not explode when you did stuff like that. And this is on the surface of Kerbin that I'm testing this. So the gravity and impacts, I don't know. On the moon, it could be completely different, but I did play around for quite a while with the spring strengths and the damper strengths, which are a little bit different front to back, and also just putting them at a bit of an angle so that when they hit something, they'll hit it with, you know, the bottoms as opposed to just the flat, straight, like dead on it kind of a deal. I win a mumble for life for being closest without going over. Onto Edge. So yes, right here, right now, we have a lot of things that are available. Let's get ourselves a temperature scan. And apparently we are on the crawler way, and they're quite literally nominal. Let's get an atmospheric scan. Okay, crew report from inside. Good. Give us the mystery goo observation. We've observed that goo, and then finally an EVA report. And yes, the Kerbal has just enough room to get out here. Now, on Kerbin, oh shoot, I was going to put ladders just on the sides of this to make it easier to get up. Yep, it's fine. It's fine. Give me a surface sample. We've collected a sample of the surface of the crawlerway, which is, you know, great, I guess. If I EVA report, don't think a spacesuit was entirely necessary to get here. That should be everything, and then she doesn't have to get off the ladder. Here on Kerbin, it's not that easy to get in and out. You can, but it's not that easy. Runpong, you won't need the atmospheric Madubi on the moon because you can't do that there. Are you sure? Are you sure I can't do it? Are you sure it won't give me science for doing a stupid thing that doesn't make any sense? One way or another, I'm going to have it on there, because, you know, it's another piece of science to have. And it doesn't, it's 0.005 tons. It's worth a decimal of delta V. I'm fine. Jolting, so we got all that data, apparently. At least the game seems to think we did. Turn the brakes off and let's carry on. So that was the crawler way. If I head over to the... Watch the wheels. There you go, at 7.5 meters per second, they do sustain that impact. Let's head over to the airstrip here. But yeah, I did a lot of little refining and testing. I'm not saying that the wheels won't explode, but I have worked hard, you know, to try and set up so that they won't explode. Even on the surface of Kerbin, I don't know how they will behave on the surface of the moon. We'll find out when we get there, and we'll tweak it with F5s and F9s, I guess, as is necessary. But we are maintaining our electric charge, even though the sun... Well, it's actually because the sun is now quite a bit down. I was actually doing the testing at noon, more or less, so having this here was not that helpful. Watch the tires. They held it. They did hold on to it. Hit the brakes. Well, we're over here, but it doesn't say that there's any... data to be had. I'm going to EVA you, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the data out of there, and then I'm going to store the data. This mod is not exactly like correct all the time, but it does make it more convenient. The surface appears to be very hard, like concrete. Might actually be concrete. This could be a very good surface to land at.
What a freaking beauty. The van is nice as well.
Oh.
Hashtag van life.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. But you're so sweet, though, aren't you? Yeah, so you did that. Can I get an EVA report here? Ah, we've already had one here, but it's fine. Go ahead and get in. You're telling me I've already got all this data from there, huh? Oh, well, you never reset the damn thing, did you? Restore. Reset the goo canister. You take the data. Oh, shit. Did I just reset it without, like, emptying it? I might have done. Get back on board the ship. Mystery goo observation. Okay. Goo seems to behave very much the same as it always does around here. If I get you back out. And then I think I did, like, reset it without actually collecting the data first. So we gotta go back over to the crawler way. No big deal. We've already got the surface sample. When I get back on board, it's gonna be like you've got extras. See, the mod is not that. It's not that great. Go ahead and EVA me again. I want you to keep telling me that. Take all that data out and put it back in. Yeah, store the experiments. And then your pockets are empty. This game, man. This game. We gotta go back over to the crawler way. We'll get there eventually. Brakes off, please. Brakes off, please. Too bad you can't test the science arm here at the KSC. Yeah, when you're driving around with this thing, I've never used it before, so I was hoping that when I could, like, right-clicked it, that something would happen, but, my experience is that, yeah, nothing actually happens. I don't know what you need to do. Although there is, like, some strange object over there, but I've never looked into it. I don't really think it's that important. To the beach! With the camper van? It's not a bad idea, is it? Go chill on the beach. Wow, jolting Eon, you are looking kind of terrified, aren't you? Go ahead and slam the brakes on and use the wheels to pull us back. I've also disabled brakes because this is meant for the moon. The brakes are 80% on the rear and they are 0 on the front. Because I don't want the front, you know, if we're get a little bit of air and then the front brakes are on, I don't want them grabbing and then tipping us over. I want the rear brakes to grab and hold us to the ground if I've got them running. These could be actually as high as... I've noticed another interesting behavior here. Just pull that up. Another interesting behavior here is that, like, at 95, they act pretty much as you just saw them act, which is slowly dragging it down. Once you hit 100, they just, like... they like try and grab and stop, at least on this vessel, and that doesn't seem right to me. Don't forget the surfboard. So far you are making very good reasoning and decisions. So far. So I should turn those up to 95, generally speaking, for everything. Let's do another temperature scan. Quite literally nominal. Atmospheric scan. It's the same as ever. Crew report. Here's my situation. Mystery goo. Pop it. Thank you for the goo. EVA report. But then it doesn't say that I can take an EVA report in the little mod there. Take the surface sample. Good. And then take the EVA report. Thank you. And then while you're out here, go ahead and collect the data. Take the data. I put everything right here so that you can just be on the ladder and be able to grab it all and then restore without moving. And reboard. And that should be everything, and we're ready to go again. Right? I think so. So let me just in case, I'll do like this. I'll take the data out of the craft, and then I'll reboard the craft so that it restacks the data, breaks off, and let's keep trolling around for more and more and more science. We should have a surfboard. And you know, I was thinking about when I went to put this arm on here, I was actually thinking about making that into a, you know, little robotic probe thing that went off on its own, and just making this into a lander at one point during the build. That was something that I was thinking about. And I ended up going here, but that would have been an interesting idea, would be to make that the surfboard. Wait a second. What is this? Whoa! There we go. Yeah, she does have a good, she can turn at high speeds if I'm careful. There we go. What do we got here? Slow turn. And stop. Where are we? Mission control. Okay, we can pick up readings from mission controls. Crew report. Atmospheric pressure scan. Mystery goo. EVA. Give me the surface sample. Give me that EVA report. And then take the data. Take the data. Collect the data. Restore the goo. Take everything out of there. Put it all in your pockets. Store all the experiments. Get on board. We've got that surface sample. Don't lie to me, game. Breaks off, and we carry on. Now, that is a camper van. Mystery goo finally makes sense. It says, "Hey, Scoob, let's go out and get the mystery goo." Mystery goo. All right. I don't want to keep saying mystery goo though. It sounds a little bit weird. I'm gonna head over to the VAB. Oh, hello. Maybe this is the VAB then. Already we're there. Stop, please. Come to a full and complete stop. Temperature scan. Crew report. Pressure scan. Mystery goo. EVA, which turns into surface sample. And EVA report. And collect data. Take data. Take data. Collect data. Why is it take data and collect data? Maybe that makes sense because they're trying to communicate that one is just like you can remove it, and it won't mess with anything. I don't know. There isn't a mystery when my goo is involved. Okay, there probably is, and I would guess that it's how did never mind. I'm not going to finish that joke. You know where I was going. Take data or you don't, and more's the better. Boom, back inside. It's all with the VAB. But we needed the crawler way because I went and effed up on the crawler way. We need the mystery goo from the crawler way. So we'll pick that up as we head over to the... this is fun. You want to drive from the inside? I'm not European, so this feels very, very wrong. Very, very wrong that we're here. Over here. Should be able to get up here. Just going to take it slow because we're carrying a lot of data now. Brakes and reverse. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, that's good. No, that's how the game's camera should work. It's very difficult to make it so that the camera doesn't spawn inside an object. That would take like, I don't know, a few minutes to do. So why would I have any expectation that you'd, do that? You collect the data. And it keeps telling me I've got, like, I could take the surface sample, but I can't. Can't take these surface samples. I've already got the EVA. You know what? I won't take the EVA, and then when we board, it'll be like, oh, you already got something in your pockets that you can't. Yep. Mod's a little bit broken. Brakes off, and let's head over to the tracking station. Whoa. It's pretty hard up and down is what that is. Okay, I need a little bit of speed. You know what? Let's maybe not risk, like, I like that we're doing this all with one vehicle. So maybe we drive around some of these lumps and humps and bings and dings and weebles and wobbles and that sort of a thing. You're on the right side. I mean the correct side. I know I'm on the right side. That's why I'm so uncomfortable, is because I'm on the right side, which is the wrong side. Paul and I have some mods, and now the camera in orbit zooms out so far that you can't see anything every time I go back from the map mode. You get that even without the mods, I'm pretty sure, but I'm sure, I'll imagine that they can make it worse, and probably have. Look at this. Oh, that's so nice. I mean, you know, that we got these little paths and stuff. Boy, if they would have put some more effort into, like, making the space station not look like shit. I don't know, maybe if it had some character to it. Barn mode, maybe if that gray, and that blue that's on the windows weren't the only colors in the whole fucking game. You know, it would be interesting, wouldn't it? Alright, there's another color over there. But, like, with the fucking tracking station, they couldn't even be bothered to come up with multiple versions of it. It's just under construction. Hashtag bring back the BART. You need a Science Junior trailer. I don't have room for a tow hitch. It's a pretty tight vessel here. Temperature scan, crew report, sure. Atmospheric, we're at just from the KSC. This is just the KSC, generally speaking. We're not at the tracking station or anything. This is just the KSC. Okay. EVA report. Go ahead and grab that surface sample. The substance is what makes the scientists yell at us when we go into the labs without cleaning our boots first. This substance. It's dirt. It's dirt. I got the joke. You, EVA report me. Wow, everything's kind of like, it's up in my grill, isn't it? EVA report me. Thank you. And then you just did the surface sample. All right, I'm falling out of habit here. Take the data. Restore the did I already grab the data out of there? Because it just says restore. Alright, I guess I already got it. Where did I not take the data from then? I'm very confused all of a sudden. Go ahead and take the data out of here, just in case. Put that in your pockets, reboard. It doesn't say that we need to, well, you do need to restore it though, so boom. Restore. And then get back on board, and now it says mystery goo observation. Yeah, maybe I just didn't click it or something. The goo seems bored. I'm confused. The goo's bored, I'm confused. There's a lot of things going on here. Collect the data, restore the goo container, get back on board. There we go. We got everything. Now, brakes off, and head me over to the tracking station. See if the tracking station is a discrete location at the Kerbal Space. It seems to be. So park up just next to this transmitter here. See if we can't get ourselves some HBO Plus for free or something. Oh, what are the kids watching these days? We've got the Hulu. Temperature scan. Thank you. Crew report. Yes. Atmospheric pressure scan. All from the tracking station. Mystery goo. Yep, EVA report. Take a surface sample. EVA. And start collecting this. Collect the data. Take the data. Take the data. Store the thing. Take the data. Store the experiments. Get back in. And we're good. So where do we go to next? Over to R&D? Okay, you need to write just... Hulu and Uwu, I'm sorry. Are you? I'd be fine with the horrible-looking space station if there were more locations on Kerbal. There's 3, right? There's two more launch sites anyway, right? So, yeah, 3! That's enough, isn't it? I don't know what they are. I've been to... in the old game, I've been to... Did you see the seam, by the way, between areas when we went over it? It was a bump right back there. A little invisible bump, and it's just like the seam between different... the edges of this game. Very, very smooth. Very, very well taken care of. Okay, there's... Yep. Brakes on. Start taking the data. But I've been to like the old, you know, they tucked the old Space Center, the old models out on a site, and is that the desert site now that they've just made a location in the game, or is it still an Easter egg that you can go to fight, or go find? Because you got the polar launch site and you got the desert launch site now. I've never used or seen either of them, unless I have seen them because they're just something that was already in the game. Temperature scan, crew report, atmospheric pressure, mystery goo. This is all from R&D. EVA report. Give me the surface sample. Give me the EVA. And collect all the datas. And then reset the experiment. Restore. Take the data out of there. And board. I should be banned, says Like89. Should you? Unless you get Kerbal Constructs. So there's a mod for that, basically. There's like an airport, I think. The desert is an airport. It's like an airstrip. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go driving through here, like, for the sake of driving through here. Is the old, you know, models, is that one of the launch sites, or did they actually make something new and unique? I'm gonna guess what the answer to that question is. Okay, hang on. I've formulated my guess. Now you can tell me what the answer is. So where are we right now? Like, is this... Aha. Yes, it's over here. Turn the brakes on. That old models are the desert site. Okay. And Woomerang is just a launch pad. I see. I see. Temperature scan. Crew report. Atmospheric pressure. Mystery goo. EVA. And this is, by the way, if you're thinking, wow, this is quite a grind, isn't it? Yes, it is, isn't it? I mean, it's science around here, so it's kind of almost an Easter egg that you can do science, you know, at all these various spaces. It's not like that big of a deal, but I am going to complain about this because, like, you think this is a grind. I have a fucking mod where I could just click the buttons and it does most of what it needs to do. Imagine that there wasn't anything that popped up, and every time you had to do something, you had to right-click on a little thing somewhere stored on it. Wouldn't that be a fucking grind? Wouldn't that be something that if you know, made that game yourself and then, you know, played it yourself, you'd be like, oh, this does not work. I can't. We're not going to ship it like that. Wouldn't that be a thing? Take data. Take data. I don't even want to play this goddamn thing. This doesn't work. Collect the data from there, and then restore it, and then take all the data out of here, and then board. And no more data to be gathered. Good. Ronin Pawn, there's a mod that you can get where you hit one button and get all the science. No. You get a lot of science to jump a few early tiers of R&D, but yes, sure. If I recall correctly, the flag itself used to be a biome, which is silly. But we haven't been to the administrations building either. I wonder if administrations has become a site. But the flag used to be a very small biome. Is there another flag somewhere? Alright, the flag is no longer a biome, apparently. The flagpole. Fair enough. You know, how many friggin' biomes are you gonna do here? It is, says Red and Phoenix. It is? Because I'm right here and my mod isn't saying anything about anything. You have to, like, climb up on top of the flagpole in order to get it? Hang on, I'm kind of curious. EVA, oh, but if you do a thing, we'll take a surface sample from here. It's still just the astronaut complex. We've already got it. So when I try and board, it'll be like, you can't carry that. Maybe the easiest way to test F5, whether or not the, oh, I can't while I'm moving. F5, would be to just crawl our vehicle up onto the... Fuck you, game! Fuck you! Alright. Alright. Yeah. They made it very, very small, didn't they? Temperature scan from the flagpole. Oh my god. Crew report. I had to park one tire on it. Crew report from the flagpole. Atmospheric pressure scan from the flagpole. Mystery goo observation from the flagpole. And let's make sure that we get this important surface sample from the flagpole, as well as this EVA report from the flagpole. Okay. And then... once more, take the data. Take the data. There might even be in this mod, there might be like a turn on a button and it'll just do all of the things. Wrinkle ridge scan? Huh? Volcanic rock analysis? Okay, so that's all the different kinds of science and shit that you can get. Global warp setting, globally. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that interested in it. You collect the data. Did I already get these? I took it. I took it. Restore. Go ahead and take all of the data out of there and reboard. There also used to be, it could still be there, a bit of tundra biome a few kilometers away from the KSC. It was left over from the development of the game. I like that the flagpole is a biome. That's cute. That's cute. The fact that you have to like stand on the flagpole in order to find it is also cute. It's also cute. This is the administration's building. It will never look any better than that because I will never upgrade it because it is a ridiculous addition to Kerbal Space Program that was basically put there so that the developers could continue not designing the game and instead give you complete control over designing it yourself as an acknowledgement of the fact that they hadn't designed it themselves. So I see no reason to ever upgrade the administration's building. As far as I know, anyway. Temperature scan. Thank you. Crew report. Thank you. Atmospheric pressure scan. Thank you. Mystery goo. EVA. Surface sample from administration. And EVA report. Yes, sir. Let's reset everything. Get this science, then go actually touch the building. Does the building need to be touched for something? Collect the data from there, restore that unit after the data is collected, take the data from there, take the data from there, and take everything out of there. My god, we've got 63 scientific observations in pocket right now. You want me to touch the building? Wow, look at that flag, too. That is really... that is so holding together. I like the fact that the flagpole is all bent out of shape and whatnot, I suppose. I just hate the administration's building, you know, because of what it represents. It represents we couldn't be bothered to actually design an economy that works in the game. Yeah, that looks great. That looks just great. You want me to touch the building for some reason. I am now crawling up the side of the building. We're parked inside the building to a certain extent. Are we okay? You get more science when you're actually touching the building. With a Kerbal. You're making shit up now. Right? Is this the astronaut complex? This is not the astronaut complex. Yeah, that kind of says everything about the administration's building right there, doesn't it? I wish I was, says Ren Phoenix. Alright, this is problematic, though. If I get out, it's going to be hard to get her back in. Board. I can do it once, anyway. I'll give it a go, and if you're lying to me, then you're lying to me. So, touch the building. There's something. There is something going on. Well, it's just the fact that I'm jumping. I could have done that everywhere, I suppose, right? I would love to get on top of it. But it's not letting me do additional climbs. Maybe from this side? Go to the door. What? Really? Okay, well, I'm standing in the stairs, so there's that. You just wanted me to see all of the glitchiness of everything that's going on here. I occasionally get an F climb. Come on. Come on, give me that climb again. I'll just keep spamming the F button as I move awkwardly around this facility. There you go. Use your jetpack. It's not doing anything. It used to be even more biomes when you pressed against the door. Well, flying over Kerbin's shores. How do we not have, well, flying over Kerbin's shores? You liar. There is a moment here where the thing's like, hey, there's an extra EVA report for some reason. Just when I land. Can I get close enough to the vessel to store that experiment? And then see what this is. EVA report from administration. We'll find out if that's an extra when I try to put it in, and it says you can't put that in. Store your experiment. Not all items could be stored because we've already got one. Yeah, alright. F. Oh my god, you just got right up there. That's beautiful. Board anyway. Dump the experiment. Where else is there around the Space Center that we haven't already done? We haven't already been. Maybe it was a bug and they fixed it. We did the SPH, right? We did the airstrip, we did the SPH, we did the VAB, we got the astronaut complex, we got R&D, we got the tracking station, we got the crawlerway. I can't while we're moving. I'm curious what that object is out there. Shall we just go over? The shores? But it's such a long drive. This thing, like, tops out on the surface of Kerbin anyway at, like, 10.4 meters per second. It's a long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be... I mean, maybe next year will be... There's not reason... There's another hump right there. Another hump on the flat surface. Just to let you know that you've entered into another biome, and... We didn't really do the edges very nice. That object over there is the squad monolith, but it doesn't do anything. I don't know about that. It's got to be something. What about the arm, you know? That would be a thing to do. You get the arm, and then you could, like, go out here. It's another little thing that, obviously, if you're going to put the DLC in, you make, like, a scanning arm. The first thing that you'd add as a scannable object, you'd add that on. Back to the VAB and strap an SRB to it. Why would I strap an SRB to? I'm going to do this slowishly. There we go. 10.5 meters per second we got up to on that ramp. We'll head out here. This gets me to the shores anyway. You know? Bank your science. We'll bank it. You know, maybe you can arm scan it. I haven't tried. I mean, that would be the first thing that would occur to me as soon as I had an arm scanner, you know, put into the game. I'd be like, where can I, you know... put this into the game. Oh, let's have the arm scanner go out, and then if you went over to the monolith, you know, huh? Yeah, that's just obvious to any game designer. So yeah, it's probably not in this game. It's probably not in there. Make it quicker. Oh, to strap an SRB to it to make it quicker. I would actually, you know, go to 2 times Fizz Warp right now if I had made an F5 before we got moving, but since we didn't, and I just don't have faith in, you know, anything in this game, I'm just gonna, you know, it's a long haul. It's a long haul. Please don't, says Ren Phoenix. Yeah. It might hold itself up, might sustain. It's the little Rove Max wheels. I don't trust warping with ground vehicles. No? That's probably a good idea. But yeah, ain't she pretty? Ain't she lovely? Ain't she just a peach? Ain't she just a peach? How much science have I got right now? 64 stored data. Damn. And the terrain, changing a little bit on us. We're picking up speed, 10.6. We're approaching this strange black object out here. Whatever it may be. Quick save now and then warp. Yeah, then I'd have to stop. You know how long it would take me to stop the vehicle? More than halfway there. I mean, look at how big the thing is getting on the rise. It's got to be... Can't be as big as this RV. This RV's 3-4 tons. It's 4 tons RV over here. Can't possibly be larger than a whole RV, whatever it is. Whatever this object. Oh, bum 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 bum. Just get us there. The sun's going down. I'm not making as much electricity as I used to did. I think the KSC would have a building here, studying an artifact from space. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, slam those. Yeah, slam it on. Slam it on. I'm just gonna. And then brakes off. Let's go ahead and throw some light on it. That's so self-interested. So self-absorbed, my god. My god. It's also not even like a proper, it's just supposed to be straight up and down. Guys. But guys...
Oh my god, it's not full of stars.
Yeah, and it doesn't like absorb light infinitely, and... Guys. Come on, guys. Guys, though. Guys. It is straight perspective. It does look straight. I know what perspective is. It still doesn't look straight. That ain't straight at all. Okay, so I'm gonna park it up, and then I'll hit the scanner arm. No target in range. No target in range. Yep. Yeah. Well, a designer would have done something with that, but you know, where are we gonna find one of those in Kerbal Space Program? It is straight perspective. Look at it. That ain't how that works, buddy. Why you no go forward now? Go forward, silly. Who coughed? I'm trying to watch a stream here, damn it. I didn't even close my door at the beginning of the stream either. You said to go over to the shores. We're nearly to the shores. Well, you know what I should have done is what everybody wants me to do, and then we can see about warping it. You know, maybe it'll be okay on warp. So come to a full and complete stop, F5, and then brakes off, and fizz warp. 2 times fizz warp. Let's go. Where's the shores? They're not far away. Do 3 times fizz warp. I could do 4 times fizz. Don't though. What if you don'ted? What if you did notted? How quickly do the shores come up on me here? Pretty quickly. Let's go down to 1 times warp. We're now at 13.4 meters per second. I'm actually gonna put the brakes on. And then start turning along the shores. I could use SAS. No, you don't want to use SAS right now. If there's data to be had out at the shores, then, you know, isn't this the shores? Certainly looks like the shores to me. Wait, pawn. Are there rocket engines on the back? Use them. No. No, there are not rocket engines on the back. There's one rocket on this whole craft and it's underneath. And it doesn't have the TWR even when you're just running on vapors on the fuel to lift this thing on the surface of Kerbin. Yeah, we're running along the shores. I can't imagine when I would have gotten all the data from the shores, but let's just log the pressure data. It is Kerbin's shores and it's worth nothing to us. Damn. Damn. We are picking up some serious speed here. Do you wanna like fuck off? Thanks. 12.8 meters per second. Okay, we're going uphill now. I'm gonna park up for the night. You know, we got our RV out here. We're gonna have some beach fun. Okay? So in fact, I'll point the headlights down at the beach so that we can enjoy ourselves. Okay, the brakes are actually not powerful enough to stop us if we're on an incline. So that's not cool. Alright. Alright. She sells science by the seashore. Does she? There we go. Who wants to party? Anybody? Anybody up for a party? Can you move chat down so we can see the resource tab? No. That would probably be a decent setup of this. I mean, it's all looking pretty good right now, isn't it? Like, the spacing of everything, kind of okay. When we play Cluster Truck, would that change anything? Let me see. I go to studio mode. And then Streamlabs. It's a lot of things that need to be moved, actually. It's three separate majiggers. So how do we look there? You'd need to come down to there, which would be to here. To here. Okay. And then move this down. In fact, in more. Because it was fine. It was, if I put you perfectly in line with that. And then you look okay. And then you come down. I think we're going to need a little bit more space, actually. It's hard for me to tell, too, during the live stream because I can't see it in full screen projector mode on my alternate screen and then know exactly what it looks like. I just can't do that. Hey! That actually kind of worked out. That kind of worked out. I'd like it to be a bit higher, but that kind of worked out. Let's move it up just a touch. Everything. That, and then there's full screen projector over here. Okay, and then you go up by a couple extra pixels, and I think that's good. I think that's good. Back to studio mode. Down on that, into Kerbal Space Program. I think that's it. I think we did all of the things with this RV. We've collected all of the science, leaving ourselves with 64 science reports and the inability to park on an inclined surface. I'm just gonna like that until we actually come to a full and complete. It's fine. We're gonna recover this craft right here, right now. She did great for us. She did absolutely wonderful for us. And if she can handle it, you know, with Kerbin's gravity, then hopefully she can handle it on the moon, because that's where she be going. Why is it always she? Because I'm a he, so it's a she. I don't know. This RV is rocking. Please turn on the reaction wheels. Or not. They could be very dangerous. They could be very dangerous, but very good. Recover this vessel and see how much science that earned for us. 64 pieces of science from all around the KSC. 229 science earned from that mission. All cars and trucks are females, is the Like Guy 89. Are they? Okay. I'm not up to, I haven't caught up to all of the Transformers comic books, but all right, I was just thank you. Thank you. If we wanted to spend that, what would we spend it on? We have 314 now, which means I can't afford one 300 level tier or one 160 level tier. This is 160 times 2 is not 300, and we don't have the 320, and we've just spammed all of the science we could spam outside of rolling a Science Junior around and picking that up for if we wanted two of these, if we desperately wanted two of these. But I think since we can only get one of them, unless it's rocket parts, unless it's big ol' engines like that, then we'll probably be looking at one of these guys, won't we? High power electric sounds interesting. Big old solar panels. There's a lot of things to be looked at, but it's been a very sort of boring drive around and get nothing done sort of a live stream so far, hasn't it? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a live stream break. When we come back, we've proven the RV, we've proven the moon camper, as I'm calling it. We need to send it to the moon, and I think what we're going to do is send it to the moon. We'll build it onto a rocket to go to the moon, and I think we'll attach one more comm satellite so that we complete that mission as well at the same time. And then, I think Jolting Eon as a scientist, Kerbal, is going to stay here, because we've got two scientists on the... Do we have two scientists? I thought I only brought up 5 Kerbals. There's Bob Kerman... There's 1 pilot, 2 engineers, and 2 scientists. Yes. So we got 2 scientists on the moon station, so, nobody will go up on this ride, I don't think. But that's all going to happen after this next live stream break. 7 minutes to grab a drink or a snack, or just get the hell away from the sound of my voice for 7 minutes, so you can continue to tolerate it, and meet me back here, then Pawn Not Out. Pawn Not... Yeah, let's play the piano version. Pawn Not Out. Hello, I am the Ronin Bone, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Bone live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Bone. Damn! Get down! I'm sorry, I'm actually enjoying it. I'm just getting in. I know this part. Is this what you tuned in for? Just walking all over that thing. Bending that string. He's missed a couple of hits, but goddamn, you know? Just needs better action on the guitar. Welcome back. Better action on the fretboard there. Another 7 minutes of it. Came here for this and nothing else this time for Epic. Welcome back to the Space Center. We just collected a whole bunch of extra science. Let's go look. Let's go look and see what we can buy with the 300 and some. We can get one tier of the good stuff or one tier of the crap stuff right now. So, large volume containment. We get a great big decoupler. We get a great big fuel tank. That's fuel tank, all right. We get another great big fuel tank. So great big fuel tanks for the great big engines that we could also unlock right now if we went for heavier rocketry. I assume these are the super big engines. We can't get to nuclear. Why not? Because I didn't unlock all of the things. You have to have both of them in order to unlock nuclear. Son of a bitch. I don't know what to do with nuclear. I do know what to do with nuclear, but I've never done it before. You can get the external chair for 300. That would be great. That is a big, cool thing I would love to have. Modular girder segment. The docking ports that actually seal themselves up is pretty cool. An inflatable airlock that I've never seen before. Composites. That's just sort of structurally stuff and panels and even a bigger tube. Engine plate. It decouples. Okay. It's a plainy kind of a decoupler. The inline clampetron, which is neat, and yeah, but that's mostly structural. It's not that interesting. And then some plane stuff, and then heavy plane stuff. We can't get heavy landing yet because I haven't gotten advanced landing, which involves just better wheels, and those are going to be necessary sooner or later. What else haven't I gotten here? Specialized control, fly-by-wire, the big torque rate reaction wheels. Nice looking monoprop tank that stores quite a bit of it. Verners are very cool. Make a lot of fun things there. But here we are, people. The external command seat, a rove mate, better wheels. There's what? I never saw that. Retractable. It's a retractable rover wheel. Those might look good on our Majigger Madoodle. I think they're probably too big, right? What's the mass? 0.025. No, you're small. I don't know what you are in relation to the other ones. 0.025. I think the other ones are like 0.05. This is 0.075. You might be even smaller than the ones that I've got on there right now. Ooh, that's probably the one we go for because I would love to have that command seat at this point. There is more science to be grabbed. This is a giant part. Surface scanner, the medium scanning arm. On Mantech, we get a probe that I'm curious what the virtue of this probe is, because it just does stability assist. Is it just very tiny? Is the cube like super small? It's only 0.07 tons. I believe all the other probes, the Hex and the Octo, are both 0.1 tons, so it's just very small. The rover wheels are made to collapse for storage. That is neat. And then we get the Octo 2, which is also very small. Does it sacrifice reaction wheels for that? It looks like it does. That makes sense to me, for it to be that small. And what's it's a 58.3 centimeter height. I don't so these are just very small things. Those are incredibly helpful. It'd be nice to have them. Some generic science. that we could take to the moon right now. We could put it on and be getting, like, brand new shit. Bigger relay antennas. That's another generic piece of science that I've never seen in the game before. So that's 2 pieces of generic science. We could be spamming a lot of science that we've never had before on the moon. This looks like it might be big. No, it's not. 31.3 centimeters, 20.2 centimeters. Thicker than the hex and octo, but less wide. Like taller, but less... Yeah, it seems kind of not valuable in that it only says that it does SAS. It doesn't hold prograde, retrograde, any of those things, unless the description is incorrect. And finally, electrics, we already looked at those. That's tempting because, like, it'd be nice to have those seats, but we're not, like, doing the seats right now. We're going to go get a bunch of science. I don't know that we'll actually be able to... We'll transmit some of it. Maybe we, you know, go for the science right now, and then we'll have the money to unlock the seats. But those give me the wheels, which would be cool to put on, or at least see if they'd put on. Right now, right here. That's a tough one. Hi everyone, good old KSP, hello FaxAR, and Dramacian. For some of this stuff, you have options with the CurbNet access. With CurbNet, you can scan for special places and biome information. What's the votes in chat here? Because I get the little seat that we won't be using today, but I do get the wheels, and I could try swapping out the wheels on the rover for those wheels and see how they work. I presume they're electrically, you know, that they hold their own. They go. Requires electric charge. Brake torque 0.5, motor max speed 25 meters per second. We've been hitting 10. On a downhill, we got up to like 14, 15 meters per second. So these would be faster as well on the surface of the moon. I don't know, what do you think? Because really for today, all we'd get would be these wheels, and then we might not even use them. Whereas, you know, if we unlock the science, then that makes the whole... I think it's got to be the science. You would have to drive around and getting your seismic measurements. Yeah, that's another thing, but I wouldn't do that today, because it'd be boring. I think we got to go for the science, as much as those wheels are interesting. Plus, I've already designed the Mark 1 of this thing and putting on new wheels, then trying to figure out what they're about. The science and the big dish. Is that what comes with it? Science and the big dish. That's what I'm thinking. I usually go with science equipment unlocks first, and then you can make more science. Yes. I think we're going to go for that. We're going to research these, because I can put those onto our craft right now. It doesn't change much. 0.05, though, is rather weighty. We'll see about that, but we know that we'll put the seismic thing on there. I don't know what this is about. It says it's a science experiment. Okay. Research it. Done. Done. We're down to 14.4 science. Let's go over here and make the final little adjustment to our moon rover. Oh, cool. Something's happened with the game. Never seen this one before, where it just stuck on this. Curious if like, we can't see it, but it's still there. If we can't see it, but it's still there, then where would there be a button that I would feel safe to click? I crashed the game. Time for a restart. The game agrees. The game absolutely agrees. Game made it absolutely necessary. You crashed the game. I wonder if I did actually click on the exit button, though, in the VAB, you know? If that's what I did there, because I clicked there, and then I stopped playing the music and stuff, so I think that it didn't load up the next image, but we were technically in the VAB, and the interface was all active, the UI, but we weren't seeing it. Haven't seen you playing Kerbal since you saved the barn campaign, and it was successful, at least I was told, and then they didn't do it anyway. They told me, like, yep, we're gonna do it, we're gonna have the barn. You could announce. Then I made a stupid video that was supposed to be, like, jokey, stupid political rally thing, and maybe I pissed people off so much with that jokey political thing that they decided, oh, fuck him, we're not gonna do the barn now. I don't know. I don't know, but I was told by the fucking developers themselves, we're gonna do the barn, call off your dogs. And then they didn't. They just wanted me to stop, shouting about the barn. So they manipulated me, as was a lot of my experience with Squad's media campaigns. You play Elite Dangerous Pawns as Faxar? I have in the past. That is a game that I feel like it lives in the same realm as Kerbal Space Program, not just because it's like in space and feels somewhat realistic, but because it lives in that world where it's like, there's so much potential here, and they messed it all up. Now, I've heard that, in subsequent patches since release, that it's gotten better, but a lot of things were just really messed up about that game. In terms of, like, it's one of those where they're trying to, like, make you grind everything, and there's just no satisfaction, but you're thinking there must be something wrong with me. At least that was my experience. I put, probably 60 hours into the game when it released, and at least 45, 50 of those hours I was sitting there saying to myself, why does this feel so bad? Like, they've got all the things that I want to be in there. Why? There's something... you go out and you got 2 hours to do a pirate mission, and they don't give you enough pirates to actually get it done in 2 hours, and if you exit the game, the 2 hours are actually real time, so you can't, like, just come back to your mission in progress if you get a phone call. There's a lot of things that were fucked up about that, but it's been a long time. I have it, but I don't know what to do in it. It gets boring fast. Yeah, doesn't it? Who's responsible for destroying dreams? Is it me? Am I the destroyer of dreams? Let's come on down to here. Moon Camper Mark 1, that's our boy. And there's our little moon camper, and we got some new science that I'd like to tuck right here on the back with everything else. If I can at least put the, if not the Madoodle Majigger, I can put the seismometer, the seismo accelerator back here. I could cover over the hex branding. I hate to do that. But I'm probably going to do that, aren't I? Well, you could put one on either side, is what you could do. You could have the Seismo Majigger Madoodle meter, like that. And then you could move this guy like that. I think I'm just going to cover over the hex logo. It'll look better. The hex logo. Decide how I want it to look. Yeah. I mean, it puts it all in the same spot so that I can easily step out of the craft and hit the buttons and grab things out and put them back in and whatnot. Baby, find your perfect spot that I really like the look of you. That's fine. That is a-okay by my standard. The magnetometer need room, apparently. The magnetometer, you are going to be bigger. You're a big thing. You do surface mount. What do you look like? Because I've never seen you before. Okay. Extend boom. Holy balls! What? What is this? What even is this? Is it supposed to go up and then pick up magnetic fields? Like a big old antenna? Or is it supposed to go down into the surface of the ground? Magnetic fields are all around us. Kerbal scientists know that learning about the magnetic field of a celestial body can yield all sorts of interesting insights into what's going on inside of it. But spacecraft also emit magnetic fields, especially when operating their electronics and electromagnetic actuators. For some reason, engineers just don't want to turn off their entire spacecraft or build it out of plastic, so the experimental engineering group solved the issue by sticking the sensitive magnetometer on an extensible boom. Extensible? Is that the correct word? It's not just extendable? Warning, warranty on the boom voided if used in any place besides the vacuum of space. Okay. Ooh. Not worth landing with one? Sorry. Beware the magnetometer is heavy. I crashed my craft because of it. 0.05 tons. It's not that much, is it? I mean, goes to the moon in vacuum. 1415 when it's on there, in terms of... And there's 1437. If I center of mass where it's supposed to be, and the center of mass and center of thrust are the big deal here. And then if I had you back where I just had you, Pulls you slightly off to the left, which is actually fine. I can move things ever so slightly in that I've been moving the thruster around in order to make sure that the center of mass is correct on this for pushing it up. Yeah. Were I to have it there, anyway. Seem to have fixed it. Sorry, my bad. It's not as heavy as it used to be. It's 0.05 tons. I've never used it, never seen it. Now, if I were to deploy you, you've got room to deploy because of the way that you deploy. You extend and collapse as you're moving out, so I could have it right there. Alternately, I could sacrifice one of these. How much do those weigh? Just curious. I think they're just 0.005, yeah. So they're the lightest weight thing that you could get. I could sacrifice one of these and have this snapping here. That would block your docking port, my friend. Yeah, so you wouldn't have it there. Back like that. I mean, it's fine right there. I don't mind it being right there. Be hard to get to. A bit difficult to get to. Just curious what it would look like if I found new places for all of this and turned it into a tow hitch. I think it really should be on the top of the craft, though. Because that's just a bit wrong, isn't it? That's just a bit, it's a bit wrong. You know what, though? There is the option of having it tilt up as it comes out. It'll look coolest from the top, I think, though. I think it will look coolest from the top. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't just be this is the spot. When we are attaching to the docking port, you know, there should be space on any vehicle to be able to attach to the docking port with a little bit of something that's got height to it. That said, I have kind of made sure that everything is below it in case it were like a flat surface that you were trying to attach to, except for this light. Light's a little bit high. Drag you down just a touch more. And everything currently is below there. I mean, I could just embed the son of a bitch too, couldn't I? Have it like so. That's kind of cool. Kind of dig that, and then when you extend, it actually looks more believably realistic. That it's got like a lot of, it's well supported underneath there. Yeah, I think I like that. Don't know if our scientists will be able to like reach it to extract data from. I've never used it before, but to be able to extract data from it from the ladder from there, but they got a good chance at it. They got a good chance of being able to do that, and it makes it look pretty nice. A little bit further up, and then a little bit further back. A little line there that breaks up the deal there. I don't hate it. Sometimes it's nice to like break up the lines and, you know, think of it as, well, it's kind of greebled, isn't it? Just adds to the greebling. Yeah, I think I can go with that. Shit, I ripped all this stuff off. Well, put it back on, pawn. Just slap it back on there, no big deal. Drop these so that I can see what I'm doing while I'm doing it. There. I need to be up. You know what? I should put this down here. It will completely cover the hex logo. Looks alright to me. Does it though? I think I liked it the other way around. Listen, I've put a lot of time into getting this exactly the way that that I liked it. Now I'm making it so it's gonna be me, you know, getting things exactly the way that I like them again. I think I liked the look of it better down like that. Yes, I did, and I do. And now we've got all of that science on there, additional science for us. Looking good! Only BL's SP Black Death subscribing, thank you! Thank you for the subscription, welcome to the Big Dick Club. Ice Cream Nipples, the boom only works in orbit in space. Oh, does it? So, landed on the surface, it's not gonna... Will it... Will it work landed without the boom? Well, we'll find out anyway. It's worth having on there, I think. Because they effed you over with the barn. Oh, thank you. Not just so that you can be a member of the Big Dick Club. But yeah, let's also, before I forget about it, we have moved the center of mass and the center of thrust. Let's get those back aligned. They're very close. But I do think I need to move you just a couple of ticks to the left there for perfectness. That looks like perfectness to me. And those are close enough. Center of mass. No, I'm gonna have to... I keep moving these things around. Every time I make a little adjustment, I gotta do, you know, move you over. I mean, they're not in line with the center of mass where it is down here, but they are where they look good, and since they'll only ever be used for docking, we shouldn't even really need all of these, you know, various angles of control. I think you need to be one more over to the right. I was wrong. I was wrong, and it could just be the camera view, too. One to the left. Nope, that's two to the left. I think that's the spot. Yeah, that'll do. And that's pretty dead center of mass. Good, good, good. And adjusting it that way too, the difference in the center of mass when it's wet and dry is just nothing. It's very minimal if there's any drift laterally whatsoever when it's wet and dry. All right, this is cool. I'm very happy with this. I'm very happy that it all came together. We're gonna save that. Is there anything else that I need to do with this craft other than stick it into a ship and start throwing it up there? Launch it right now and check pawn. It'll be the middle of the night, but I suppose there's no real harm in it. Let's put Jolting Eon back in there all alone and launcher. I think I figured it out, pawn. The longer you take designing a craft, the more it breaks and has bugs. I think I just find more things, and also push the game to accommodate my very, very specific, you know, design details and things like that. Okay, it's not completely dark out. Let's turn the lights on, and we've immediately got science that can be collected from here. We can do a seismic scan. Gathered precise acceleration data while subjecting the vessel to this situation. Okay, the boom. Extend boom. Now that the boom is extended, I can't do anything with it. Okay, there's no science to be done with the boom. You can just extend or retract it. So in space only is what we're looking at there. Let's go ahead and retract that boom again. I love that. I am a big fan of how these parts work, though. It looks very cool. It does a neat thing. And we'll just give her a little bit of a drive, a little bit of a test, just down to the crawler way there. Make sure that everything is as I left it. Watch the wheels. Good. We'll watch the wheels again. I'm going to hit this at a bad angle, intentionally. She survived it. She survived the bad angle. None of the wheels exploded or anything. There we go. I managed to blow up one of the wheels. Congratulations, Pawn, you blew something up. One of the wheels and the tank by doing like that. Okay. Alright, you're fine in there, Jolting Eon. We do have the science we collected from earlier. Oh, well, we could... Wait a second. We could get another bit of science since we came over to the crawler way. As long as we're here, you just pop out there, take the data, get back on board, get the seismic scan from here. Boom. For the cost of a little fuel and a wheel, we got that science. Go ahead and recover the vessel. What the hell is that wheel made out of? Wheels? I don't know. The wheels are stolen from the nearest supermarket, says Henry J. Hello, Henry J. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Go ahead and recover the vessel. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Gets us another 12-ish science. Is that what I saw? That's exactly what you saw, Pawn. 12 science earned up to 26.4, and most of the funds back, and Jolting Eon ready for a mission. Under the impression the wheel itself exploded. Yeah, I guess it put so much pressure on the tank that the tank exploded? I don't know. I don't know, but I think it's ready to just launch it. Which isn't just launch it kind of a premise. We have to build it into something, and also, when we're building it into something, I want to bring another probe. I want to bring another probe for the moon because we've got a mission for that. Remember this? It actually flew. We actually made that go up. I thought I'm going to have to redesign this when I saw how tall it was. But it actually flew. We can bring up one of these satellites. We could, like... What would you do, Pawn? We could make it... Get rid of that. We could put on, like, a bigger comsat, but we don't need a bigger relay, and it would just be... Because now we've got the big RA-15. What's the size of an RA-15? It's big. Big is the size of an RA-15. We don't need it. We'll consider that an option, but what I want right now is... Yeah, you're good. You can dock, you can refuel. I didn't give you any monoprop or anything, did I? I didn't. Well, we'll have a look at it once we get it. I just wanted this as a subassembly. And I'm pretty sure we didn't already have it. So let's make it into a subassembly. Comsat Mark 1. Save it as a Comsat Mark 1, make sure that that's what we get, and we get it from a place that we can grab onto it nicely. Yeah, that'll do. Pawn the 5-0 are coming for you. They'll never get to me. There's many traps in their way. So load me back into the Moon Camper. And with the Comsat Mark 1, I could just put you there. And you would be able to detach from that. And then we've also got this. I could put it upside down as well, and then they would actually make sense. Well, I can't because of the way that it connects. So we'll just rely on those two to detach the way that we expect them to. These are once deployed, always deployed solar panels. But that's okay, I think. We used this for a mounting point. It's got some of the science on it, but not all of the science, now that we've got more science. Let's just give it the seismic accelerator. I guess I'll put in like that. Snap it. Oh yeah, snapping on these, on the things that you're meant to build in. Doesn't really work. For some reason, I don't know, it's almost like the people who designed the game now, bitch. Is this? I had them on both sides, so go ahead and have two of them, one on either side. Just because we can, they don't cost, you know, their weight is meaningless. Meaningless to me, anyway. It is not the police, they don't come out, it is an ambulance. That's right. That's probably the case. In vacuum, this has 1,424 meters per second of delta V of its own. On board, it generates electricity, it does comms. Let's look at the mission. The mission that we have is... must be new. New unmanned probe that has an antenna, can generate power. Needs a thermometer. And there's orbital specifics. No big deal. This is around the moon. Yeah. So we'll have one of those in an equatorial orbit where they tell us that they want it. Anything really need to be attached to this? It's got some electrics on the inside of it. Are you hiding anything? No? So then, did I just do that for style points or something? Have the batteries like that? Because we totally have room for replacing the 2 batteries with one of these. You know, it fits like that. And then I could get rid of those. This isn't even changing the delta V. It's not even an effect on the delta V. No? Maybe it was just for style points. Honestly, what? If you're gonna, like, go ahead and keep making it, like, a way that makes sense instead of the way you've done it now. And that means, why are you even bringing this up? That's just weight. That's just stupid, you don't actually need it weight. There's 2 of you on either side, which is also stupid, you don't actually need it weight. Let's just have 1 of each thing, and we'll have it arranged how? We'll have it arranged 1 over that, because these are all 0.005, so if I put them in the 3x position, which I guess would be there? Yes. No, we'll have it upright. And then the last of you... I think that's the correct spot there? No, you are wrong, pawn. No. That's the spot. So that gives us 0.005 all the way around. Maybe I'll put you on like this. Maybe I will put you on like this. Oh, god damn it. No, now everything's got fucking things going on here. 1. 1. 1. It's less pretty. Sure is. Sure is less pretty. But it's not carrying an unnecessary amount of weight anymore. Are you still vacuum? 1424, what am I... It's because I'm reading the wrong thing. It's because you're reading the wrong thing. Nothing's changing. You... Let's just change the center of mass, on, or the probe core off of that. So that's 2,074 meters per second of delta V. I'm pretty sure it was more like 1,800 before. And we could make this smaller and lighter and just not need all of this shit going on. Oh, but you've got the SAS, don't you? Yeah, you've got the inline reaction wheel. Where's the center of mass on this? Lower, but what are you gonna do, you know? Could make it longer on this side, but I like how that's built, so no. Yeah. 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 This being a ComSat, I just stripped all this stuff off. It doesn't need the science. It's a communication satellite. You know, 2,105 meters per second of delta V now. It's way overkill. You could put the Magno Boom thing on it too. Yeah, I could. I want to strip it down actually to the bare essentials, and at this point, the bare essentials are like, I don't need that. It's got ridiculous amounts of delta V for a satellite. That gets everything done right there. Why would I... You need a thermostat. Oh, I do need a thermostat. You're right. There is a reason why. Alright, well, the other thought that I had that I was like, well, maybe I'll just replace all this stuff is that I liked the idea of this being like this instead of these parts being down here somewhere. Thought they might tuck in nicer. God damn it. And then the seismometer. Yeah, that's the correct location. Okay, except for kind of want you guys swapped. There you go. What are the mission parameters? Just antenna and thermometer? Apparently. Thermometer, you know, generates power, antenna. I mean, it doesn't have to look pretty. 1,400 meters per second in delta V, it's enough for, you know, it's gonna be dropped on transfer to the moon. It's not gonna use, you know, even a portion of what it's got on it. Put a relay on it so you can bounce signals back. Yeah, I mean these are relay antennas. So the point of this is it's going to be functional for us at the moon in helping us make sure that we've always got comms for the space station. I'm looking at it, it's kind of ugly. It kind of bothers me. This is kind of ugly, but I mean, center of mass is way down there because of all the liquid fuel. Wonder if there's a way that I could get the SAS on the... It doesn't matter, Pawn. But, you know... No, I don't. What? What is your point? What's your next point that you're gonna make? You know! I had two of you. No, two of you. And you were up here instead. I mean, I like how that looks, but... What if I went down to even less liquid fuel? I love that it's just being squeezed in there. Get out of my way. Just being squeezed in between those. Yeah, barely. What's going on? We can actually put it to the variant where it doesn't have any holders on it either. It's helping to shape the flow of the cone. Lose the docking port and go down to one dish. Yeah, we don't need the docking port either. Two dishes, though, do stack very well. I mean, we don't need it in normal mode, but they do stack nicely, and, ooh, you're saying one dish. You know what? Fuck, you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. You're right. You know what? What's the mass? 0.15? 0.3. Boom. Boom. It's the same as it was before. Oh, and these two parts, when put in the conventional, in the correct way that's wanted, have texture tearing. I'm not even doing it, I didn't merge anything, just attaching the two nodes together, texture tearing. Good work, everybody. Oh, such good work. And that pulls the center of mass up toward the SAS unit. Pull you off, it's down there. Okay. Let's just try flipping things around a bit. Put you below, and then you there, and then you on. That's very, very close to being where the center of mass wants to be. Be even better, maybe, if the SAS were here, the battery were there, the fuel were there. Yeah, there you go. SAS dead middle. Dead middle. 825 meters per second. How many parts is this, by the way? 11 parts on this little graph. Don't forget to save this as a new file in case for some reason you need the other version. Yeah, that's a good call. It's a good call. Get that out of there so I can see what she looks like. I sure don't hate it. It is the hex. We don't have any, we didn't go in for better probes. Like smaller probes, which would be neat. Now I see the virtue of the cube. But yeah, the hex is fine. A little extra battery. SAS right at the middle. It doesn't even really need the SAS. You know? Putting that on there is excessive. This has its own reaction wheels. They're not a lot, but it's gonna be this little tiny thing. These are gonna whip it around like a bat out of hell. Let's go minimalist. Let's get fucking minimal here. You know? You're just down to 2. Slide you down to here. Let's get super duper extra fucking minimal. on this craft, and that's like what I'll name it, is minimal, minimal satellite. And then we lose the SAS unit. 884 meters per second. We got all the science on there. You can say, well, if it's going to be minimal, then rip the science off. But yeah, we'll keep the that. See why we wouldn't keep the that. Not a lot of reaction wheels on here, but some. What does the Hex have in terms of power? Reaction wheels, 0.5. I mean, the weight of the thing is 0.81 tons currently. And that's before using any of its liquid fuel, so if you want to go minimal, you don't need the seismic, it only works landed. Is that true? They'll never ask me to put a seismometer in space. Then I will. Then I will go minimal. And we'll put these just one on either side. Because this is like a thing that once it's in my, my little, you know, collection there, then we just, you know, if they ask me put a satellite here, with a barometer or a thermometer on it, it's just reach in here, grab it, we're done. Don't even really need the extra electricity. How much electric charge? 10. We need the extra electricity. Let's not be stupid. And that is the smallest, lightest inline electric thing that we have. So yeah, that does make sense. Where's the center of mass currently? There. What if I flip this around again, trying to get the center of mass right on the you know, right on the probe core. There you go. Oh, but that's right, then we get the texture tearing there. Because game are bad. If I pull you up, I think there's a little bit of texture tearing going on, but I can't tell. This will all be on under a fairing coming up. No? Okay. So, like, aerodynamics are not a concern. Pull me down one more. Back up. Pull me one down. That is physically connected without texture tearing now. 0.81 tons. 890 meters per second. The seismic device won't work in space, okay. And we can't, there's no, like, better, lower weight fuel tank here. Sorted by mass, liquid fuel. Dumpling would be the least that we could possibly have. Oscar B. The dumpling, it's 0.12, this is 0.22, so two of them weighs more. Unless I could find a way to put one on where it was perfectly centered. But I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't want it to get that crazy. I think this is our satellite. Track the solar panels. Yeah, that's our relay. That is our relay satellite. So let's make this, well, we'll have to attach it to something else in order to make it into that. So put you on here again. And I think I do like this better. I like that it's got all the little girdering around it. It doesn't change the weight of it when you do that. It's just visual. Yeah, so that, and then we change the root part to you, and then that will allow me to make a copy for a subassembly, and this will be I could call it ComSat Mark II. I was gonna, you know, I said it would be, you know, super minimal, but I'm just gonna call it ComSat Mark II. I like the idea that we had, you know, the Mark I, and then this is the Mark II. It's simplified. It's less is more kind of a thing. ComSat Mark II. Yeah. Where are you? Okay, sort by name. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. This should detach from there when we're ready to detach it. Everything else is currently undeployed. So, alright. 018, because I want the camper as its own thing. 018 is going to be, Moon RV Lifter Mark 1. It's a recreational vehicle to the moon. Save it. And we're ready to build something that pushes this up. So, into the fairings we go, which is going to be payload. How big are you? Not big enough. Yeah, you'd be about the right size. To have the space for attaching this correctly, we'll use the interstage nodes. I will make sure that the interstage nodes are connected where they're supposed to be, as opposed to, like, apparently maybe it can connect to something up. No, it doesn't look like it. This one should be okay. Just make sure that it's actually in the center. Just give it enough to get on the outside. You're in. Yep, that's exactly where I wanted it. Thank you. Yes? Yes. That's correct. Now, since that doesn't look right at all, we'll turn the truss structure off. And, yeah, everything's floating. That looks really wrong and bad. Anger attached to this, and this doesn't need to have a shroud. How was I initially going to do this? I thought I had a better idea. Well, if you did, you should have told us about it, because I don't... We're going to need decouplers. Sort these by mass. Really need a big decoupler, but... I guess... I might even, just for the sake of making this look right, I might do something. If I had the little decoupler... That'll look better. What if I used the slightly smaller fairing for this? But with the payload deal. Or with the interstage nodes, you fool. You silly man. Because then, that, you know, platform there would connect in a way that didn't make it look wrong. And then the only question is, can I build this fairing out far enough? And it's looking like I can. To get all the way around you. Gotcha. Oh, that's cool. And there's our payload. All wrapped up and ready to go. Wrapped up and ready to go. Okay. Rid of that guy. Yeah. 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 And then you'll detach from there with the thing, and, you know, it looks wrong. What do you want from me? It looks wrong. If I put the shroud on you, you look less wrong. It does cost me weight to you know, bring that shroud up, I think, but it looks less wrong. I might do the same thing with you. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Trying to right-click, friends. Trying to right-click. You, shroud enabled, and then you look right. Shroud enabled, because it doesn't remember your right-click things on the Control-Z. Okay. 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 I think you still need a decoupler for the engine on the rover, or you won't be able to get rid of the fairing. The engine on the rover. I've got a decoupler there. Don't I? Didn't I? Didn't I put a decoupler there? Wasn't the... Yeah, there's a decoupler there. Coupler right there. And then this one should detach because it's got that. Because the docking port should release. Take it to the pad and test. Yeah? You think so? Alright, let me just stage this. It's not a bad idea to test along the way, so you'll be throwing that off, and then you would detach from there, and I will, in fact, I'll put you on staging. So enable staging for that, and it'll be here, and I want you to go first, and then you can go. Alright, save it and put it on the pad. Gonna do clamshell? You like clamshell? Does it matter? Clamshell on. I don't. What's the difference? Do I get to see that in here when I turn it on and off? I don't understand what clamshell really is, because it's not represented in the VAB apparently. I don't know. It's just two halves, and they break off just, I don't know. Alright, so, test number 1. Do fairings fair. Yeah, that's clamshell, alright. Wish I hadn't done clamshell, really. But it's fine. It's great, in fact. I've always loved it. The next thing that should fire is this. And that is indeed separate and apparently its own craft now. If I SAS'd you, sure. Can just into the clamshell. Thank you. Thank you. For a minute there we had extra science to take, apparently. Back to the other craft, you. And the next thing that should happen is for you to decouple from there. It didn't. Did it? Okay, that definitely did it. And then if we engage the engine... Perfect. Perfect. Exactly. Exactly how we always wanted that to go. If I hit this, I could actually use the SAS. No? No, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. I do have an engine here, don't I? Why you know go up? I'm holding shift and it's not actually, I haven't staged it? The engine has been staged. Status off. Activate engine. Shift is not throttling. I'm gonna hit Z. Why is shift not controlling throttle? Throttle main throttle, throttle independent. Go to the other craft. Throttle works here. Yeah, throttle works there. You, no throttle. Your control is orange, so you only get full or zero throttle. Oh, it's because we're not, our comms. We're not close enough to the Space Center with the antenna that's like right here in order to have communication with the Space Center. Because it's over there that we'd want to communicate with, and so we weren't close enough to have enough control with the antenna that is built in to this. Right? That was the problem. So now, Kerbin KSC limited probe control. We're still out of communications range. We have 100% strength. Limited probe. Why limited probe control? What's the other part of that? Limited probe control. Why? If we have full comms to the KSC, can transmit science, we've got a direct connection to the Space Center. Are we warping? We're not warping. If I warp and then unwarp, some things happened. We're still limited probe control. I don't know what is up with that. Hit map and see where your signal is going. I mean, this signals, path, vessel links. That's the KS. I mean, we're here. First hop. We're so close we'd never even see a line. Comnet path. Yeah. Limited probe control. Oh, it's because hibernation is on by default on this craft. That's the problem. I knew there was fucking something. It's not the game's fault. Hibernation was already on. Now I have probe control. Now I can do all of the things. We can throttle. What is SAS's mode right now? Pilot only, normal. Yeah, go to normal. Okay. I can't stand her up. It's like the answer to can we stand her up might just be no. Try the boom. Good call. I'll just walk it over here. Oh, there goes the boom. Come on. Come on. Almost. Nearly. Oh, and he did it. Oh, and he did it. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. None of that ever happened. None of that ever happened. It works. It works. Revert to vehicle assembly, and I guess I'm going to take the probe out of hibernation mode because no one will be coming up with this. Yeah. It will be still auto, you know, it'll hibernate and warp, but hibernation off. Well, we could control from this hibernation off on everything. Don't worry about it. You need to be hibernate in warp auto. Yes. Yes. Hibernation on. It'll be fine, Pawn. You don't have to worry about electricity. So this payload actually works. We're fine with that. Save that as it is. And how much weight is that in total? It is 6 tons. 6 tons that we need to push up. Alright? I really need to, at this point in the game, have, like, stock lifter stages. Here's a thing that we could consider. This would be stupid, and it would just extend the mission stupidly. In a stupid way that was stupidish. But what if, friends, what if we had the tow truck come back and push us? What is your in vacuum? 1415 to get to the station. So if this guy brings everything to the station himself, that's fine. He can be our transfer stage. Yeah, and then the station's got fuel. We can refuel him once he's there. But 1415 meters per second, that's fine for a transfer stage. It can be exactly what it is. And SSTO, use the No. No, I don't want to get that complicated today. What size are you again? You're the 1.875. Okay. That's apparently not the right size tank. Are we sorted by mass? No, we're not. That's the one that I just grabbed, right? No. That's you. Looking for a tall version of... There you go. That's the one I'm looking for. So we'll just bring this up with a Bobcat. We just have to push it to orbit, and then the transfer stage is itself. Just get the Pawn Balls lifter stage to push it. Pawn Balls? I could. Let me just build something. Let me just build something. It's easier when I just build it to meet needs. Holy shit. Well, that's, you know, from sea level, 1.39 TWR with 3,000 meters per second of delta V. That could go to space on its own. If it's just you, 2,000. This is overkill. The Bobcat is overkill. So let's step it down instead to, if I go from you to there, and then gave you swivel. Not enough TWR to push the load on the swivel. But the Bobcat's still overkill, right? The Reliant, 1.2 off the pad, at altitude of, let's say, 8 kilometers, 1.35. The Reliant could push this, and with a decent amount of delta V, and then some SRBs tacked to the side of it. Only problem is that the Reliant doesn't, you know, do vectoring. So, we don't have a lot of vectoring going on up here right now either. I will have these reaction wheels start as normal on you. Yeah. The reaction wheels on here are just off. They've been disabled, right? Toggle torque. Disabled, right. So we'll have some reaction wheel from that. In fact, I think it's pretty significant because it's a Mark II thing. I think it's like 15 reaction wheels. So we'll have some SAS from the tip of it, but this is enough liquid fuel apparently to go up. Use 2 thuds, Pawn. You have cubs yet? Cubs? What's a cub? I don't know. 2 thuds. Thuds. I think the Reliant will be just fine, and it's going to make this very cheap and very simple and straightforward. So I'm going to develop, maybe this is going to be 4 thumpers. It'd make for a nice even burn all the way around. That might be, 4 thumpers might be excessive even. 1199. Let's rate that. In terms of TWR, it is way overkill. Okay. If we did 3 of them, anywhere, 1,000 for 1.85 plus the 2157. I don't like it when it doesn't just work out on its own. 1,000 delta V from sea level, altitude. 1,000, and then your 2,400, which would be 3,400. Okay, no, that's right. That is exactly what we want there. You have the Separatrons, you just need to buy them. Oh yeah, the little guys that can push these off the way that we want them to. That's I do need to buy into those. Having these really, really close, and then, but I won't actually need them for this. Are you not on straight? No, you're not. What's not on straight? I don't think anything actually is on straight. You, to there. Yeah, I'll have you good and low. And then I'll have you attached to here. And then pull you down a bit. And then some nose cones. You guys will be with us for a minute through the densest part of the atmosphere, so if I gave you those, how do you look? You gonna have problems with that fairing if I do that? Drag it down even more like so. Simple little craft. Once you start getting things that have, you know, power to them, it's like, oh, how easy the game can be. Firing you guys off and then getting to here, firing those. From sea level, TWRs looking, you know, like what I'd want them to be. We'll thrust limit those when it comes time to do it, which I guess is now. Thrust limit them. We want to take off with like a 1.35, 1.33, 1.34, dead in the middle of those two. And then when we get to altitude, it says it'll be at about 1.53 when it switches over to liquid fuel engines, which will be pushing at 1.29, which is not a great place to start. It's not going to take advantage of all of our, all the fuel, but, and it's down to 2,256 meters per second. It was at 2,400. What did I do that changed that? How much thrust limiting have I put on these? 72.5. If I go up a little bit higher, if we hit 10k, if we hit 12k, if we hit 13k. We've got the Delta V to finish this off with the other one. You are scaring me with no gimbaled engines with a craft with that much drag on the top fairing. What drag? I don't see any drag there. It's perfect. You just put fins on it. That's all. You just throw some fins on. You want fins? I'll give you fins. It'll be a-okay. Aerodynamics. Can never find them when they're sorted by mass. I can find them now when they're sorted by mass. So, three-sided symmetry again. Like that. Boom. No. Like that. Boom. Now we have all the control authority that the world could possibly want. I don't play the game, so I'm sure I'm wrong. No. I'm sure the SRBs will run out 11 to 13k. They might not. They might be lower. But this isn't quite what we needed. I mean, it's 1165 plus 22, and that's at sea level. You know, at sea level, it's 1,000. It's a straight 1,000 plus 22, 29. So, you know, with a little bit of drag and stuff like that, we're going to be short of orbit with that. We're going to be short. Pull on three-sided symmetry. We've discussed this so many sides. Three-sided kills Kerbals. There aren't any Kerbals on board, so we're clear for three-sided symmetry today. It's allowed. The TWR one more time on the at altitude 1.29 still. I mean, what is the other little bit of an option here in terms of engines? Somebody said use 2 thuds. The Reliant is 1.25, the thuds are 0.9. You put 2 of them on there, it's a 1.8, you know, ton set of engines. They have very good gimbling on them. But we'd get less Delta V overall. It's like we just need a little bit more from the SRB stage, is what I would say. If I did put 4 on, and then I could thrust limit them more, they would last longer, they'd get us higher and faster before we switched over to liquid fuel, and then the liquid fuel would switch on. Unlock the remaining engines to see what they can do. The Cub? Oh, it's a Werner. It's a Werner. So it runs LFO, but it does it, on RCS. Little mites. Alright, shrimp. Shrimp solid fuel booster. What are you? Hey! Hey! You know? Hey! What's that? Hey! Shrimp for 12.45. Hey! Right. And then if we ran these guys good and long, we could potentially get it to match. Give me the... This is stupid, but give me just something to be able to break them off with. And then put you on there. And then that will allow me to split you guys up so that both of you fire. And then when these 3 decouple, what we want to see is... like the Delta V should transfer. So there we go. At 100%, there is a point at which we drop them off. So if we just throttle them down, then somewhere in here is where they actually match perfectly and how long it will take. So if it's 86, then that's going to burn exactly as long as these guys are currently burning for a 1.63 TWR. So we want to adjust this. We want to pull you down. You to run longer. Let's get you down to like a 1 point. Maybe a 1.4. And then when we thrust limit this, $71, 72.5, still nothing showing. 73.5, we've got something. To 73. Still got something, 72.5. That's nothing now. So these will burn exactly the same amount of time, for a TWR of 1.37 off the pad. 1,160 meters per second at delta V, which means now I feel quite comfortable never throwing them away. Is the premise there. And then with the aerodynamics, you're on like that. And that's just a little bit more on the SRBs, huh? Cubs use LFO, and they would add in gimbal. What? I mean, I know they use LFO, but they act as on the RCS, don't they? They're Verners. That's the whole concept of the Werner engine, is that when you use the controls, it's liquid fuel acting as monoprop. Well, if that's not, then what are the engines that do that? Because you've got the puffs that use monoprop on the main engines, and then there's something that uses main engines as monoprop. So which one is, or what is that then? Because there is one. Cubs add a little bit of... What are we looking at here? ASL 28, an ISP. If you can't tell me what it is, then it's these that are controlled via monoprop. It's not, because they direct down. The tiny engine you can put on other engines to give your stage gimbal capability derived from the Soyuz. So which are the... Why do they call this a Werner? Which are the ones that you can control? You're burning LFO, but you're using RCS controls. Which are they? That's the question that I asked several minutes ago. Tell me that, and then we'll be square. Put you under there. Wow, these fins are getting like they're the center of the craft now. They're above the center of mass. Well, I would give away the fins then. Potentially. That gives us 2,187, but that's okay. So from sea level, burning all these together is 995 meters per second instead of the 1,000 now. How the hell did we manage to, like... Okay, they help nothing. They help ever so slightly. From sea... I was doing all of the work from fucking sea level. Or from altitude. Oh my god. Fuck this noise. Fuck this fucking noise. I'm not listening to anybody in chat. I'm gonna do it my way. For you guys, 2,000, that's 1,189. Start from sea level. We're at sea level, right? Yeah. Fuck chat, fuck everybody else. Get me thinking about things, trying to do things complicated ways. Just throw some extra SRBs on there. This gimbal will be fine. Put the fucking fins back on that I had in the first place, and we go. And it's no big deal. Still don't have an answer on that, by the way. Still waiting on an answer. Anybody in chat. Burns LFO, but controlled by RCS. What's the name of that game? 1.31 at liftoff. At altitude, we switch over to 1.28 with 2,200. That's 2,200 and 1175. That gets us to orbit. I mean, not quite, but it's very close. I've never used the Cubs, Sister Macy. I'm not asking about the Cubs. I'm asking about what the fuck is the engine. If I knew I would say, I'm sorry to fail you. Do you not have Google? Did you find them in the control section or the engine section? I don't know. I don't know. Let's ask fucking Google. RCS control LFO engine KSP. Shall I do it? Maybe it's not in the stock game. Like, if none of y'all heard of it. It's my only thought there. This should fly. So we fire off the SRBs. We drop the SRBs when we fire up the liquid fuel. We drop the fairing in space. You guys all stay together. In fact, yeah, the way that this is going to work is you you're gonna be here, and then this engine together, because you're gonna do the transfer stage for us all by your lonesome. Sorry? What are we looking at here? You break off, and it says in vacuum it's got 130 meters per second. Why is that? And the 1415 is up here. Are you... because you're transferring across this. Alright, so disable crossfeed for now. And give me numbers that make sense. 1,135 meters per second on that. And then when we detach you, you'll be together, because that's just the satellite. Yes. 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 Okay. So 1,100 is what we've got to push ourselves to the moon from LKO and stop at the space station. That's actually close now. Werner Thruster, says the Light Guy 89. So what asshole... I mean, maybe it's a real-world thing, but what asshole decided that this is a Werner engine and the other one that fires, but it's on monoprop, we'll call that a Werner as well? Were they just trying to create confusion? Is that the idea? Maybe it's just based on Werner technology, both of them, or something, but, like, that is... Again, you are, like, that's design issue. You don't communicate things, you know, to the wrong people. No, you don't communicate things that way because people aren't going to understand, oh, a Werner does this. Okay, now I know. Oh, what's this Werner for? Oh, that must control according to monoprop as well. No, it doesn't. Why do they call it a Werner? Well, because there's a guy named Werner who designed the technology that theoretically attaches to our 3D model in a game. So we decided that instead of having, like, reasonable communication, they're based on real rockets' use of the engine to steer. It's confusing. RCS, if one controls via RCS, don't give it the same name as one that doesn't control via RCS. Why? Because it's fucking obvious that players are going to be confused by that. Sea level, 1175. I'm concerned about the vacuum, the transfer, but we're going to drop this halfway there. And this is going to go on its own. And we can actually consume the liquid fuel from that if we wanted to. I don't know why... I do know why. What's the... No, you are the root part? Currently? Then why... When I have you set up with... Why isn't right-click working? There you go. Right-click just stopped working for a minute. When I re-enable... No. Crossfeed is enabled. What is happening? It was disabled and giving me readings in a certain place and then... Oh my god, this fucking game. Hold together for me, just in the VAB, if you could. I know it's crazy, but in the fucking design stage, see if we can't get this thing to, like, not bug out and shit. You... And you're the engine, and why are you all fucking green now? And I have to pass my mouse over it to get you to stop. Make it fucking work before you ship it. Before you sell millions of dollars worth of copies. Hey, crazy thought here. See, this is what's strange to me. 130 meters per second in this stage, and then telling me 1415 up there once that's detached. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to take you, disable staging. And then you still tell me that it's there instead of the other one. If I make you the root part... That's the kind of thing I'm looking for there, isn't it? Why would that make that work? But that says 1135. Are you still... No, crossfeed is enabled. Whereas when I disabled crossfeed... then it shows me the 890. So it's still not showing me the liquid fuel transfer from one to the other. Give me you, show me fuel delivery overlay. It transfers the fuel across it. I mean, it's fine. It's not gonna hurt this mission. I'm pretty sure that we can fly this and it will have enough Delta V because it's going to cost us 860 to transfer out to the moon. Then we release the satellite, which will increase our delta V in this stage. Satellite's got all of its own fuel. We could even transfer some back if we needed to, so it's fine. But like, this is all broken. All of this is broken. None of that's working. You're telling me 1135 right now, but you're not telling me the fuel transfer. But we have crossfeed is enabled right now, so you're not sucking the fuel from there. And then if I enable or disable crossfeed, then you tell me this stage still has the same amount of delta V, but the one above it suddenly has 890. That is wrong. All of that is wrong. Child-parent issues, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I changed the route up to here, but the route technically should be down here, and then you should tell me what the fuel is starting from here, and then assuming that this is like, that it sucks from here, and then I put it up to here, make you the route part, and now you're telling me the information, but you're still stopping there. This is all just kind of broken. I make you the route part again, now we see the 1135 once more, and now I've just got no information from there. If I disable crossfeed, it moves all of the TW, or all of the delta V up to the top one. Disable the staging, changes nothing. As I say, it's fine. Do I want you on, like, stageable? Yeah, we'll have you stageable. And crossfeed should be enabled. Yeah. I guess. No. No crossfeed. Disable the crossfeed. So that I've got wrong readings, but enough. It'll be fine. But yeah, just more bugs. Just make it as confusing as... Look at how simple this fucking ship is. We've been sitting here for like 45 minutes fucking with it. How do you end up doing that? You end up doing that because the game is unclear and poorly designed. And you run into 19 bugs making something this fucking plain and simple. It's a payload attached to a lifter stage, and look at how much time we just lost out of our lives. Don't get that time back. Fuck me. Alright, we're gonna come back to this, and then what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna try and lift this stage off, and it's gonna like topple in the atmosphere or something, because, you know, the liquid fuel engine that I've chosen doesn't have any, you know, gimbling to it. And we'll be relying purely on the reaction wheels at the top, as well as fins at the bottom while we're still in atmosphere for control. And then I'm going to be super, super pissed, just because, you know, of how much I struggled to build a simple fucking lifter stage, because there's so many little things broken here, and here in Kerbal Space Program that, like, the frustrations just mount on top of one another, when you're trying to do something the way you want to be able to do it. And that, by the way, applies to the sandbox and career mode. We'll be back, though, in 7 minutes. We're going to take another live stream break. When we come back, we'll finally launch this piece of shit. And we'll find out that it doesn't fly, and then I'll be angry. So if you want to see me angry, stay tuned, pawn not out.
I've been far and I've been wide. I even sailed to the seven seas, but I ain't never seen not something that's your eyes, still not me. Pick up my suitcase, head on down the road.
I made it back. Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn. Kerbal. And we can't launch the ship that we've been building all this goddamn time. We can't launch it yet. Needs another, it should take 5 minutes, so another like half hour. Because, like, it's just this fucking game, it just gets you fucking distracted. You're just looking at the bug and trying to figure out why can I get the numbers that I need to see up. My concern during the live stream break that Lady Pawn was asking me about it, and I was saying this is what we're about to do, and just talking to her, and I was like, and she says hi, by the way. She says hi to you all. My concern is that we're not going to make full orbit off of the lifter stage here. We usually don't. There's a little bit to push. And if, once we get to the stage up here, even by, like, in vacuum, it says it has 1,135 meters per second in delta V. If we have to spend 200 or 300, which is entirely possible, in the delta V that's in that stage to finish off our orbit of Kerbin in order to push the payload into orbit, then we'll be down to just enough to, like, start the transfer to the moon from this stage, and then we need to slow this thing down at the moon and stuff like that. And so it's like, it might be doable if this craft even launches, because I'm doing the thing that I always do and riding right on the line of viability, using a Reliant that doesn't have any vectoring on it, and relying on the reaction wheels plus some fins in order to do the vectoring for us. Well, we're in Atmo anyway, with the fins, so we're right on the edge, and especially where at altitude, it says that we will have TWR of 1.28 when we switch over to liquid fuel, if it's around 10 kilometers when we do. That's going to waste some of this delta V. You know, before you even consider aerodynamics, the fact that we're only pushing at 1.28, some of that delta V just isn't being used efficiently at that low speed. So, yeah. We're probably not going to make orbit on this, on this lifter stage completely, which, and we just don't have enough to push us in. A set of 4 Separatrons on the second stage to give it a little push. I don't think the Separatrons, I'm not going down that road. So, like, I just need more here, and I guess it means that I'm gonna go ahead and listen to chat. I'm gonna listen to y'all, and fuck these. We'll have, these little cubs I've never used before, and that are pissing me off because they call it Verners, but apparently they don't work as the other Verners do. But if we have 4 of you guys, that'll give us some vectoring on this liquid fuel stage, but it'll also give us a lot of TWR at altitude 2.27, way too much TWR, honestly. You guys need to be burning exclusively there if you were burning with us for 1.73 instead from sea level, and then at altitude 1.94, that's more correctish, more realistic-ishal. But that's too many. That is many too many. Were I to instead move the SRBs to the diagonals, and then have you guys, just 2 of you here, That gives us a more reasonable TWR. At altitude, it'll be like 1.5 or something. You guys, the 4 of you, get back on, do like that. Still in a reasonable position. Drag you up a bit, so you're actually attached to the thing. And they will break away and pull down from the ship. And that sucks away liquid fuel because now we're dragging extra weight, but we've got the TWR to support a little bit more liquid fuel. If at altitude our TWR is 1.63, can I support another one of you guys? Is it you? I think it is you for the size, for the 1.875 or whatever it is. Another one of you guys. These fire, and then all y'all fire together. At altitude, we're looking at 2363 with a TWR of 1.5, and from sea level, we're looking at 1135 on the SRBs, which would need a little bit more thrust. To push us off the pad, 1.32 is fine. I would like 1.33, if you don't mind. So, 1135 plus 2363 gets us, you know, a lot closer to orbit. And we'll have some vectoring control authority. The lack of fins could actually be an issue, but I'm willing to launch this one, where I wasn't willing to launch the last one. Well, in its last configuration. So, let's go out and see if it's going to work. I will put just 2 launch clamps on it with snapping from about there. Lower this down. At 1.3, might need a little bit of space to drop first. I should really just thrust limit it so that it's not 1.3. So you up, back to sea level. Say 1.35 is a little bit better. And then, yeah, by the altitude, we'll 1.58, 1.53, pretty good transition from one speed to the other there. That's good. Good. That's good. 285 left over. Good. That's good because atmospheric drag and whether I fly it well and stuff, we want to have some room. So that's it. This thing is ready to go. Maybe. We'll find out, but we'll find out while we're having fun with it. Now, nobody's coming up with this, even though there's empty seats, and that is how it's set up right now. Nobody is coming up with it. Let me just double check that this is the root part. By going back to build mode, hitting 4. You are indeed the root part. Thank you. Nobody's on board, then we're ready to launch it. Are we ready to launch? We're gonna launch it. You drop as the SRBs fire, and then all of our liquid fuel engines, as we kick the SRBs off, we drop the fairings in space, and then we switch over to the transfer stage, / everything else that it's doing, and then, yeah. Okay, so, to explain the launch profile, we're taking our RV, our moon camper, to our space station. But we're also going to put a satellite in orbit equatorially around the moon because we got a mission for that, whilst we do all of these things. So, mission profile is, we launch, we get to LKO with the lifter stage, switch over to our transfer stage, we set up for, getting out to the moon. Halfway to the moon, we stop, split into 2 craft because we got the satellite on top and we've got our RV. They're going to 2 different places. So the satellite will go where it's going, the RV will go to LMO, low lunar orbit, and, start to link up with the space station. The satellite will go into an equatorial orbit around the moon as dictated by the contract. Build a limo for the moon. I think this is as close to a limo as I'm ever going to get in my life. Generally, is maybe someday I'll have an RV. SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, could you give us a countdown?
Pawn, somebody's been driving around the space station in an RV. They might be stealing stuff. You need to look into that.
That was actually me testing a landing craft for the moon.
You made a landing craft for the moon look like a Winnebago.
I mean, I didn't. It's just what the labs gave to me. That it already looked like a Winnebago.
Yeah, but you put wheels on it and gave it like a tow hitch and stuff.
I was inspired.
Inspired, that's one way to say it. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're off and away. Inspired. It was the way that it was what we called it in the asylum. You know, it was sort of code. I'm inspired. He's inspired is what he is. So we're launching at night for very important reasons that we never actually get to see anything happening in this damn space program. That's basically it. How's my CPU holding out? 171.3 degrees. I'll tell you what, the Ryzen 5 line, or at least this Ryzen 5 3600 that I've got, it runs hotter. I've got it overclocked to 4.3 gigahertz from its stock 3.6, but it handles it. It has been handling it. So I'm pretty happy with it. Keep an eye on the SAS or on our controls over there to see what the SAS is having to do to try and hold us on course. It's pitching right now. Oh, hello. Shoot. Shit. Okay. Which way is the direction that I need to turn when I need to turn? We're going. I guess it is still down in that direction, but this is not the way that I am used to seeing the bubble. I'm very confused right now. Maneuver node. Oh, 40K on the apoapsis already. Those took us up a very long way. This is not the direction we need to turn. What do I do? Just go up the ball? That doesn't seem to be correct either. That's what? Oh boy. I found it. I found how we needed to be flying. And it's like this, and like that, and then like this, I guess. Holy shit. That's not. Nope. Turn us down. 83 on the apoapsis. You know what? Let's try that again. Let's try that again, because the ball was in the wrong orientation. Yeah, just slightly confused by the fact that the ball is in entirely the wrong thing for a liftoff. So I had this set up to be able to drive it around. You control point, up. Thank you. That's all that needed to happen there. SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, can we get a countdown?
Vaughn, there's someone driving around in an RV.
We've already done it. It was a previous... I've rolled back time again.
Oh, that's why I'm drinking all this chocolate milk. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, fire! Is it gonna work this time?
You and only God know. Seems to fly pretty well, and it gets us to a much higher height than I expected it to when I built the damn thing. This time, when I go to turn down, I'll be ready to turn down, potentially. Potentially, anyway. I feel better when I screw up, than when I'm fighting the games screwing up. 200 meters per second at 3.5 kilometers with 500 meters per second. You didn't strut anything. Yeah, well, we don't need it. We don't need any of it. Look at it. It's flying fine. It's flying great. 300 meters per second at 6.5 kilometers. 350. Yeah, we are breaking the sound barrier here. I didn't really have... I didn't notice the last time. I was panicking over the fact that the ball was set to the wrong mode. Switch over. Show me my apoapsis, because it's going to be pretty high now. 14 kilometers. Don't dip down too much, Pawn, but it does feel like we've got a lot of control authority, thanks to the mixture of cubs, I guess, and, the lots and lots of reaction wheel control that we have on this vessel. 50 kilometers already. I need to turn down a lot faster. We're going up, mainly. Very, very fast. 30 kilometers, and our apoapsis is already at 57, yeah. Turn down basically completely laterally on is what you're looking for here. 59, 60 kilometers while we're at 36. Get right down on the edge of the horizon on your ball, and maybe even a little bit below it, so that we're making whatever height we're making very, very slowly, would be the idea. And there's those little cubs burning. I don't know what their efficiency is. I've never worked with them in terms of ISPs and, how do they perform in space in comparison to anything else, but certainly gave us some nice vectoring authority. That was helpful. 12 kilometers? 12? Did we make 12K on the SRBs? Okay. How are we doing? 63 on the AppWaps, banking down a little bit more to make sure that that keeps coming up slowly. Slowly is how we want it right now. 700 meters per second at Delta V left. We are at 56K. Our AppWaps is at 65K. Okay. Just watch the Delta V to the AppWaps and try and balance it out. We want to do all this burn all at once, so... Oh, okay, we're losing... We're in space with the AppWaps. I'm going to turn down hard to try and not push too far out on the AppWaps. 75K, and we got to negative 35 on the periapps. That's good. That is very good. We can probably transfer to the moon successfully with this stage now. Hooray. It was a little bit inefficient of a comeuppance. I think with that liquid fuel and everything, we probably could have gotten the orbit if I had flown it perfectly. But that said, I don't know that I'd want to turn, I can't turn down before the SRBs kick off. The SRBs took us to 12K. It seemed like by the time I wanted to turn down, we were already 14K, and we were going so fast that we were coming up real quick. So, yeah, is good. Is good, it was good. This is a reusable kind of a situation if we needed to send another RV up there. Oh my god, and look at how much wraparound you get when you're just negative 35K on the periapps. That's a lot of wraparound right there. It's going to take us a minute to get up to the AppWaps, isn't it? And that being the case, I'll F5 from here, and we'll go to 4 times Fizz Warp to try and get us into... Oh, here's space. I found space, everybody. And we got new science to take because we got a magnetometer. Well, let's break off the fairing. Who said do it with clamshell?
3 hours, 7 minutes for getting to space. Is that a new PB?
Clamshell, huh? Turn the lights on, I guess. Clamshell, though. Yeah, you like the clamshell, do you? I mean, the first hour was just us driving around the Space Center, so subtract at least an hour and 15 minutes. So it was just about a little less than 2 hours to actually build a small lifter stage to put this up in the way that we want it. With new tech and everything. Coming up on 73K here, we can go ahead and deploy, but we don't need to, so I won't yet. I won't yet. Oh, AppWaps is still way the hell out there. Shall we take a reading then? No. Where's the magnetometer? I think it actually would get past this. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, it would because of how physics doesn't apply. Damn, are we on, like, a good equatorial orbit? Or, like, is that wrong or are we wrong? Well, that information would be here. Inclination of 1.4 degrees. Is that what I'd want to be looking at? I think we're probably both a little bit wrong. Basically. Coming up to the AppWaps now. Get on your prograde for me. And then give me just SAS. Because I will control the rest of this from here on out. Are we done with this stage? You're done with this stage. Go ahead and drop it, Pawn. Really? F5. Drop it. I'm not necessarily ready to push for the AppWaps yet. 1131 meters per second at Delta V is what we have showing. Oh, and we're so much more nimble now. Okay. Go ahead and push. Alright. Should do. How are we going through that Delta V? Started with 1137. Periapps is on its way up. There you go. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Nose down. And we're going to 75 because that's where we are. We'll go for like a circularization anyway. Boom, we have circularization. 75.5, 75.4. Nice little circularization with 1,000 meters per second at Delta V showing in this ship that is still carrying the load. Jesus. Of the satellite here that is going to be broken off once we've transferred to the moon and we're halfway there. So, shall we try the magnetometer? Shall we? How about if we deploy things first and then wait until we get around to a sunny side of the moon? So, step 1 is all of that stuff comes out. Very nice. Wow. Oh shit, you're penetrating there. Alright, well, just so that you don't look stupid for right now, I'll retract that solar panel anyway. And we'll just use the solar panels on that guy. It's cool to see my little RV in space, though. He's doing the things. Now you can see the underside, too, if we could go around to a portion of Kerbin that isn't in the darkness. And take me around here. You're definitely sucking up my electric charge. I think I got 2 probes running right now with no electricity. Let's bring them back in. Does the lander rover have a battery? Yes, it has multiple here on the shocks. We've got 400 additional electric charge on top of the 100 that this comes with for itself, and then it's got these 2 and that for the other thing. Let's go ahead and put you on your prograde, in fact, because that's what we'll be doing eventually. But now you can get some like shot of the undercarriage of the craft and see that I did in fact strut the wheels together as well, because, you know, they're connected by the nose cones that have been embedded into them. So I figured for greater stability, I'd strut these one to the other, and then we've got the donut tank, we got all 6 of these, and yeah. Very nice, very nice. But we need to set up for the transfer to the moon now. So where's the moon? That's the moon. Double click on it. Let's deploy the magnetometer before I get like into moon transfer stuff. So F5, and then we'll see if this actually passes by that satellite. Probably not. It does. It clears it, but just barely. Kerbin has a strong magnetic field for a planet of its size, shielding us from the sun's blast of radiation, even in this low orbit. Wow, that's worth 45 if we brought it back. Very cool. Very, very cool. I suppose we could just leave that out. There's no one to collect this data. Damn it. Because I didn't bring a scientist. Well, there will be a scientist eventually. We're going to miss some data from it. Go ahead and retract the boom. That's cool. I do like that part. I do like that test. I like anything that has an animation to it. F5 again, and let's set up for that moon transfer. So back to us. Moon transfer going to be coming up somewhere around here, probably. Add a maneuver, and we'll add 850 some delta V to it. 874. Pull it back down. 857-ish is where we'll start with this. And then I'll switch over to here. You can see some of it behind me. Yeah, I'm in a decent place too. So show me my lunar periaps, and if we left later, we get closer, 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 and then we hit the moon. So I'm gonna set up to leave like there, and then I'll take some delta V off. Am I coming around the wrong side of the moon though there? Take me out to the moon. I thought I was, and indeed I am. I'm coming around the front side instead of the back side, which that's not... Fucking... Okay, I must have gone right past the moon, huh? The moon. Nope, I'm coming in the correct side of things. Okay. A little bit less delta V. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. If I were to leave at another time... Yeah, that's perfect. That is the perfect time to leave right there. We'll come in at 18.5, and then we'll make that correction once we're ready to go. So, why is that? It's because we're so far away from that node. Okay, 19 minutes to the node. Got it. We can stay on our prograde. So that's that. Back over to you, and take me up to that node. Do we have to go all the way around? Is that what's going on here? I guess so. Electric charge. Holds out. And then we definitely have... That's not just the fact that our lights are running, is it? One of these probes is hibernation... Hibernate and warp, though. And you. Hibernate and warp auto. Hibernate and warp auto. I guess it was just our lights that are draining the electricity that fast. Okay. Over to SAS. Is this... This is where I want to be burning? Really? Burn time of 2 minutes 58 seconds. Holy shit. That's a long-ass burn. Splitting that in half, it'll be about 1.5 minutes. 1 minute 30 is when we want to leave. So F5 me. And then put me up to, let's say, a little bit ahead of 1:30, so I've got more time to get things wrong. As I like, we'll leave at 1:33. And we're on our way. And our, like, importantly, like, our center of mass seems to be okay. Let's actually check it by dropping the maneuver mode stuff and see how much the SAS is currently, like, working to keep us, you know, where we're trying to head to. Little bit of pitch, little bit of yaw, looks like a little bit of roll too, but that's pretty good. Pretty good for having a awkward center of mass to an awkward center of thrust. Well, an awkward center of mass anyway. Back out to you guys. I actually don't need that information. You're more helpful. Long, long burn ahead of us. Long, long burn ahead of us. The Apwaps is crawling out to the moon, ever so slowly. So, what did you guys do this weekend? We have to talk about while we're waiting for a 2 minute long burn. There's 2 minutes remaining on this burn. What do you guys want to talk about? I'm an entertainer, so what do I bring up? Installed a garage door opener. Hey, that's the thing. It's been you and Lady Pawn really living together? Indeed. Indeed. You can fizz warp. Oh, I could fizz warp through this, couldn't I? Well, we're already halfway through. There's only 1.5 minutes left. I think maybe I found it actually more difficult to come up with things to talk about because so much I really don't want to... I don't want to talk about it, or even if I want to talk about it, probably other people don't want to talk about it, you know, with just the state of the world as it exists right now. So, where we seem to be going, which is, you know, to hell, and the handbasket didn't even come. We're just naked, flapping in the wind. The whole fucking planet is how it seems currently. So it just takes a lot off of the table if you're not going to, you know, bitch about that sort of a thing. You know me and bitching, I'm very good at it. I just don't want to misapply my my craft and trade. You know, I don't want to, like, there's enough people already doing it out there, basically. Rant about Trump and the post office. That's I can. I absolutely can. But, like, I basically need to start a fucking cult or something at this point. Like, I need 7 hours to get into where we stand, where we're going, where we were before, how we got here, all this kind of different things. It's like other people are already talking about it. They're not actually getting anywhere that's helpful. But, you know, I just continue shouting at the fucking passing clouds and into the wind. It just doesn't seem like... Okay, slow down, slow down, slow down. I don't know where we are right now. Periaps, real periaps. Down at the moon. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that drifting off. Just get me down to... down to something in the area of the 17s. That'll be fine for us. So we're out to the moon. We only have 158 meters per second of delta V remaining in order to get our orbit of the moon. That's not going to work. But, hopefully, because we do have 2 craft attached to one another here, this is 3 tons. No, this was 4 tons, and then this is like 1 ton. I don't even remember what that was. How much do we weigh right now? Just curious. That would be under... It's in map mode, Pawn. We're 3.62 tons right now. When we drop the other one, then maybe something. Also, there's the liquid fuel in here that could be transferred over to help if this one doesn't have enough, because this is not going to need all this liquid fuel. So we've got options once we get out there to make sure that the RV can slow himself down. Bitch about your interwebs. I could. Now the game is back on. The game's afoot. I've been saying that for years, but I was like, no, they designed it to be afoot. You're just not playing it right. No, it's afoot. You don't understand. The game is afoot. It stinks. It's crusty and We're just gonna go out to here. Warp me out. We got good electric charge. It's coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, just from the middle here, I'm gonna try just detaching and see where we stand. We can always revert, but since I can't get these numbers out of the game, even though it should give them to me, we're just gonna detach and we'll revert if we need to. We're F5'd. In fact, what I can do is just hit the button, because you put it on staging pawn, so... Hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. And we are released, and that fairing is now just floating in space forever. That's okay. We now have 205 meters per second of delta V in this craft, and that is not quite what we need. It might be, though, because this number is I think what we need is like 260 something to land there. We might not be able to do this. I mean, we can always do this. We got a tow truck that can come out and grab it and stuff, so probably we can do it. Probably, maybe. But I would be more comfortable if I transferred some fuel off to this guy first before I did it. So let's see if that makes any change. It might not be worth much, but we can transfer some of the liquid fuel that the satellite is carrying. Now, I held F5. F9 again. I held Shift, rather, while I was zooming in. Because that's how you do it in the VAB. You know, multiple control schemes that overlap one another and cause bad things to happen. That's the player's problem, not the developers. You, from there to, I mean, maybe just you, because you're at the center. That'll make it easiest. And the idea would be to... Out. We go to 9 and 11, and I'll give it half the fuel. So... 9, and... Alright, well, Is that good? Is that close? We're now showing 263 while we're attached between the two of them, so yes, this will be fine, and he's got a little bit less than half what he had before. He doesn't need much. He's gonna be... Maybe he needs a lot, and this isn't gonna work. No, he doesn't need much. Little satellite. It'd be nice if it had some more fuel on it. Be nice if it had some more. Maybe I can go back the other direction a little bit and give it some back. So you back like that. If I stop, stop. What are we showing now? 246. He's got half the liquid fuel he came with. He'll be fine. 10.25. 12.76. You know, how do you get a perfect balance? You don't. 235. Now let's detach and see what happens. 297 is what we've got now, which is enough to get where we're trying to go. And how much do you have, little probe man? You have 536, which is enough to get where you're going. So yes, the plan works out. Spermy could assist. He absolutely could. That's another thing that could happen. What I want now is for your solar panel to deploy. Thank you. And until we get to the space station, we can't take any more magnemometer readings because we don't have anybody to empty the data that the magnemometer actually took. So from here, things that we want to happen are, we want this fella, but both of them are going to need to correct their inclinations and that sort of a thing. So show me the moon, and you are going to have to spin a lot down. A lot down, and that's going to be my anti-normal burning toward the south. So hopefully this actually doesn't cost that much, because we need to slow down, and I think that's going to cost me 270-ish. Okay, well it didn't cost much, but I also need to push this back up now. So where's my prograde? It's over there. And do I need to keep spinning this, or are we mostly on the line? Which one is us? We're there. I think I need to keep spinning this, so this will be good. I'm gonna put mostly on the prograde and burn slow. No, mostly on the retrograde and burn slow. Which is gonna be down here because we're pushing into the moon too quickly. That's what we want. And that'll lift our apoaps back up as we continue twisting ever so slightly on the orange line here. I think I've gone past it. Yeah, you're coming in too low now. Damn it. Switch over to the other side, but still on the retrograde, and push it back up. Because we're trying to actually, with you, it's not that craft. Where's our space station? You. Set you as the target. The line we want to be coming in on, we're coming in low of it. It'll be fine on the other side. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay-ish. It's okay enough. How's the periapse, though? 5.5? Give me a little bit more retrograde. And then once we're there, we'll find out whether or not he's going to be ahead of us. Well, we can see right now, with the ticks, we're going to be either side of the moon when we're here. So it really doesn't matter whether we're going faster or slower than him once we're there. So I guess we'll get above him and be slower. It's not exactly opposite sides. He's actually closer to us. Yeah, but being slower is a good idea. It'll cost less for me to push this up higher than he is right now, and he's at like 14k. So if we come in at 22, then however many spins and he'll catch up to us, we'll drop the other side down to 22, and then we'll drop down to him. So that's that craft. Can't get to the other one, apparently got too far away from us, but this guy's set up for his ascent now. What I need is the... Well, no, I can do it from here in map mode, can't I? Go back to us, and switch to the... Where'd you go? There you go. It just disappears when you zoom in. That's helpful. That's helpful. Their little UI. Just a beautiful idea that they had there. You, sir, are also going to the moon, they tell me. How lovely for you. Over to the moon. Set the moon as the target, sure. This guy is trying to get into a very specific orbit, and thankfully we are going around in the correct direction. I didn't check that before we started. The periapse is 153, so... Relabel? Yeah, we'll do the relabel, that's good. Thank you for reminding me, because I would absolutely forget about it. If this is our retrograde, that is the direction we want to be burning in. We want to be pushing to the south, which is toward the Angry Triangle, which is going to be over here. So mostly Angry Triangle, with some retrograde as well, to get our periapse coming up toward this 153 that we're looking for. And it's 153 and 159. Yeah, so that should do it. Start burning, Vaughn. Oh my god. Like, just a little bit of fuel does so much on a light craft, doesn't it? Down to about there. And what's the periapse now? 143. Need a little bit more twist and a little bit more periapse. Just a little bit more burn right where you are. Yeah, a little bit more still. Alright. Just get dead on here. I still need to burn to the south a bit. Or, I mean, twist, rather. Did I twist past it? Is that my problem now? Need to burn to the north? I think I might have twisted past it. That's fine. We'll be able to adjust from there with 515 meters per second at delta V on that guy. So he's coming in more or less where we want him now, 152. With the periapse very near. Yeah, that's good. F5 from there, and then it's a matter of, like, who's gonna get where they're going first. And, I I would expect, if I'm a betting man, because I don't really know, but my logic would say that the RV should get to where it's going first, because reasons. Because it's diving toward the moon and being sucked in by its gravity well faster. Although, yeah, and also we were more retrograde burn on this to get it up to 153, so we should be going slower, and there's a lot of things going on there. So I think the RV should get here first, but we'll just warp up to here, F5 before I warp. We'll warp up to here with the satellite and see what actually gets here first. So my bet is on the RV. What's yours? Yeah, looks like the RV is coming in hotter. So we're going to switch to that craft, because it's going to need to do its retrograde burn for... Well, let's get a little bit closer, because I could be wrong about this still. So let's warp up to here. Yeah, the RV is where we want to be for this next move. So F5 from here, switch to the RV. How you doing for electrics and everything? You're good, you're good, you're good. And you've got the moon base targeted still, presumably? Yeah, yeah. So bring me up to your periapse. Well, in fact, I need to know how long this burn is going to take, because the last one was, you know, a coon's age. Add a maneuver, and then burn down. Somewhere around here. 266 meters per second. We have 274 meters per second at delta V. My god, are we close to this? Just not working at all. We can always go fetch it now, but we will be, you know, once we're caught, we can go fetch it. Alright, that is a burn time of 36 seconds, F5, and I didn't note what the apoapse or periapse is on that burn, but that's fine. Bring me out to here. And if it's 36-second burn, then we want to burn half either side, 15, 17, let's do it T-minus 20. We'll take off on the target. Let's get me up to like 40-something so I can go find the target. I found it! Okay, T-minus 30. So in 10 seconds we will begin this burn. F5. 25. 24. 23, 22, 21. T-minus 20. How you looking? You looking good. You looking good. Just enough fuel to get us and the satellite here. Satellite probably could have pushed itself, and then we wouldn't have had to carry it even from Kerbin. But stay with that target if you don't mind. And where's our real apoapse? That's the one? Okay, we want this to be similar to our periapse with the 22. 26 and 22. 11 meters per second of delta V remaining. Let's go ahead and drop that. We wanted to be slower on the outside path so that the station, which is over there, and is our target, right? Yeah. Will catch up to us because it is closer in that rotation to us. So going slower, he'll catch up to us. All right. Now, where's the satellite? F5 from here. Switch to the moon lifter. This is fun, running a couple of missions, you know, at the moon. Almost makes going to the moon not just a horrible slog that I don't want to ever do. Down to here, you're just trying to get into the same thing as this. So I'll add a maneuver. Try and get it on the screen. Can I look at that maneuver? There you go. And burn it down to 159, 152. I left a little bit later. Oops. Yeah, that's the weird thing about dragging it when you're looking at it. Just put you there. 158, 152. That's probably actually gets it done all in that one burn. That takes 7 seconds. Find your retrograde. Find the target. Yeah, this is actually, like, it's the right amount of reaction wheels for this and everything. It's like a little bit slovenly to move, which is perfect, you know? As long as it gets the job done and isn't overpowered, just having the reaction wheels on there, that was one of the things that we ripped off, and it makes perfect sense. So, up to you for a 7-second burn F5. Warp me. And it being a 7-second burn, let's get up to about 7 seconds. Find that target again, and we will start burning at T-minus there. Comes our Apoaps. What did we want it to be again? I don't remember, but we're very close to it. 158 something. Hold on. Right. And we've got it. That qualifies. Now if we just sit here long enough, maintain stability for 10 seconds, you can't see it, but it's there. Yeah! There we go. We have done that mission, and we have ourselves a nice little equatorial-ish orbiting comms satellite. Hey! Go ahead and look at your progrades so we can see in the light, honey. Yeah, that's our most powerful satellite that we've put in orbit, our most powerful relay yet. Found a video of a guy flying over my general area in the new flight simulator, and I've never been so impressed and disappointed at once. It looks so good, yet hideously wrong. What are you gonna do? You just watched, that's my whole channel. That's what we do here, you know? Looks so good and hideously wrong. That's a contract complete, friends. That is a contract completed. That's money. It's money in the bank. Now what? Now we go back to the rover, which has probably not enough Delta V to finish off what it needs to do, but we can always go pick it up if we need to. Switch to this craft. And we now have 3 satellites, comm satellites in orbit of the moon. 1 equatorial, 2 polar, depending on the everything about that situation, that should cover us like 99% of the time. Depending on the orbital periods and everything, still I would imagine it's got to cover us about 99% of the time, 99% of scenarios. So we have all of 11 meters per second left in this craft, which is fine. We're going to focus the moon, make sure that we're still, you know, targeting the ovum, which we are. That's our space station. And actually, we'll do this with the nodes like I've been doing lately. We'll add a maneuver, and then we'll just go to the next rotation, next rotation, next rotation, next rotation, next rotation. And at our closest, we will be here on that. If I go back by 1, and then if I made an adjustment from there, ooh, that's 11.1 on the next guy. Shouldn't that be then, so back there will be the best place. Got it. Having set that up, F5 and warp me to there. Alright, and then apparently here is where it warped us. From here, if we go over here, we'll be just 11.1 kilometers away at that point in time. If I wanted to make an adjustment, I can make an adjustment on our ascending node here, and then try and get us even closer. And 11.1, you guys, 11.1. So if I burn down, did I, like, you're done. I'm done with you, right? So then this is the one that I'm on. Alright, there it is. 2.1. Yeah. So let's go over to here, and I will scale down how much gets done at any given time, and then 8.7 seems to be the butter zone of how close we can get. Moving from there. And then we want to also... Do we, though? 8.6. 8.5. 8.4. I'm going to turn this up so more gets done each time that I scroll the wheel. No, that's as close as we get there like that. 8.4. 0.2, about there. If I do like this, just trying to find that magic place where we burn and we get it all done for less than 11k. Because that's where we are right now. We got 11, or not 11k, 11 meters per second. I left a little bit later, left a little bit later. Stay on your ascending node, more or less. You. Burn you down. Burn you down. Burn you down. Burn you down. That's everything we got there is 10 meters per second for that. So I think I'm going to save that because there's not a lot getting done from there. Like that. Put you up. I get a lot of meters per second of delta V back. Okay, find where you're not burning any extra, you silly. So about there. And then if we continue working these angles, we can get a lot closer the way that we want to, that for the cheapest, you know, the least amount of delta V, instead of trying to twist. I mean, we don't got to be right on them anyway. If we left a little bit later, a little bit earlier, nah, it's right around there. Yeah, I'm gonna go to 4.8 kilometers distance, and that's how much I'm gonna burn, saving 4 meters per second of delta V for whatever needs to happen after that. Should be great. We've got monoprop, not much. F5, and take me to hither. In fact, we could use monoprop for this, potentially. You can get that close and then kill off all of your relational speed and creep in, if I have enough delta V for it. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's let's do that. So warp me up. It's a burn time of nothing. Burn time of nothing. So maybe what I'll do in order to have control over this burn is thrust limit you to like 1/3. So that it does take some time. F5 again. Creep me up here. Shit. Stability assist, get on the fucking point, and start burning. Don't actually know what I'm moving right now. It says that I did what I wanted to do. If I clear that out... Is that for real? I guess that's for real. I think I did do what I wanted to do. If all else fails, you could send to the station or send Spermy. Yeah, Spermy could come out and get us. He'd probably be the best bet, too, because it's not that big of a payload to push. He'd just carry out the monoprop that we need. So there's the target intersect. Ah, will be so... different. At the descending node, like what would have to happen is that kind of stuff, right? And that's what I didn't do because it was going to cost us so much to make that kind of a twist. So yeah, we'll see what we can accomplish just once we're close. From 4.8 kilometers, we're going to be twisting from the wrong place, from the least effective place. Mm. If I did from the descending... No. If I did from the descending node... Once we're here, and I start trying to burn in his direction and stuff... Is that to get, like... Well, that's right on our line, you idiot. This is the descending node with him. Why am I getting multiple... Are these... Is something going wrong here? That's the descending node. What was I on? How did it move there? I swear I was on the fucking descending node. I'll get you to there. The orange to that. There we go. Ascending and descending nodes would be even for a cost of 18.2. And that would put us 2.4 kilometers on this side, and then... Is there another tick? There isn't? Yeah. This is the best place to burn for it, though, right? Instead of going straight up to him, where it's just going to be harder because we're past our ascending node. I'm gonna do it from here. We've got the 3 meters per second, but we've also got the monoprop. Monoprop isn't going to be effective. We're not going to have really enough, but this is the best we can do, isn't it? Isn't it? Or do we go the other direction entirely? Let me just check where that is. That's dead on the north. That's where we would be burning for that, if we did want to do that. Close. My orbital. When we get here, and we're closest to him, if we then try and, like, burn down speed, so that we match his apoaps and periaps, he's got those. What are ours? Apoaps, periaps. Yeah, we need the speed to be right, more than anything. Kevglob with a 37 months on a 37-month streak. My God, thank you for the subscription. How do you maintain a 37-month streak? Jeebus. Like, I would need... Let's do it over here where it actually works, kind of. Like, his apoaps is 14. We need to burn a lot down to get the right speed here. I think Spermie's just going to have to go out and get him, because it's going to cost too much. And that's our moon periaps just going to shit because we're doing it from a weird spot. I don't know which way is what's best to do here. Deploy the sperm. I think we get him close enough, and then Spermie goes and grabs him. Yeah. When we're here, we want Spermie doing all the work. That's my idea right now. So take me over to the ovum. And we'll set him as the target. We'll go pick him up. I think that's the best bet. What? Ooh, EVA report. Quickly, before we pass by it, what is it? The moon's east far side crater. Excellent. Who did that work for us? It was Darth Angelus. Where are you, Darth Angelus? Where... Was it Darth Angelus? You EVA reported. You're inside the tube? Oh, Darth Angelus. Are you there forever? Well, I said... Yeah, you're bored. I said I wanted them to be able to, like, pass through the hallways, and they can. That works out. Thank you, Darth Angelus. You should now be in here? Review stored data. Can I not put that in? Do I have to stop research first, or... I don't have time to worry about it. You don't have time to worry about it, Pawn. Keep the experiment, don't worry about it. Maybe it's because it's a report, it can't be studied anymore. That would make sense to me. Spermie, it's you who are going to do the work for us here, and you need your balls refilled. You need full balls. In fact, maybe just the 2 of these guys. If I can get you guys completely and totally full. So those are the 2 balls that we need to fill. And give me, shit. One of these balls. Just any one of them. Give me you, and say out. Yeah, top off them balls for me. Wasn't paying attention. Has Pawn been screwing around enough again that Spermy is coming out? Yes, he has to come out. He needs to clean something up for us, which is the opposite of what you'd expect from Spermy. But, you know, your expectations are not good things. You shouldn't have expectations. So if that's from that side, I don't know if I'll still be able to do this, but if I could have you, and then is it you? It's not you. So you and Hugh. Okay. And then we want to transfer into you from here. Okay, that fills that up. Should we put more in his balls? How much time do we have? How much time do we have to fill Spermy's balls? You're our target. And we've got a little bit more time. We got lots of time. We won't be close to him until over there. That's our closest approach. Okay, yeah. Fill Spermy's balls to maximum. This will be your first full reload, Spermy, my boy. So I was dumping from this ball. This is not very convenient at all, I gotta say, trying to like refill somebody's balls like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of you guys out. It just takes a long time to fill balls. There's a refractory period. Boy, and I wouldn't mind at all if the transfer rate were, you know, if it just got it done instead of making me wait. I wouldn't mind that even a little bit, really. This is just 4. I gotta do a whole nother 4 balls after this. I'm shocked, though, that the fuel transfer is working. It hasn't broken yet. I wonder if monoprop fuel transfer is more stable than LFO for some reason. Like, whatever the bug is that makes it not work anymore, you know? So that was that ball. There's still a full ball here. It's that ball. And then 2, 3, 4. Okay. And out from you and into those balls. There we go. So it's a bit of a mess, isn't it? Oh, but a bit of a mess it do be. And we're full on those 4 balls. Now we want to fill up the other 4 balls. So again, you, and then bang, 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 bang. I think it only got 3 of them, though. Yeah, where's the 4th? There's the 4th. And out of that ball and into those balls. One of the balls was at 6.4. Oh, really? One of the other balls didn't get completely full? Okay, I will double check that when we're all done. It's very inconvenient, isn't it? Somebody's come up with a system for this, right? There's a mod for that kind of a thing, where you can say, refuel this craft. Just all monoprop, all RCS. Like, define where you want it to draw from, and then say all of this, or create a group of the things that you want, or something. Surely someone who's not the developers has solved this glaring issue. Spermy doesn't even need all this monoprop, but we might as well give it to him. From you, to you, you, and you. Out. Yes, 1 window, Sister Mason. That's not the name of the mod, is it? Be a good name for a Kerbal mod. 1 window. You know, like, hey, here's all the information that you need in every situation, and it's all in the same window, and it always loads into that window. Why are you not transferring in? In. Stop. Fuck. Alright, you've created a stop, out. So if there's an imbalance, it doesn't continue filling this. Which one are you? Well, you hold up, and you hold up, and then when I do that, out. No. In. Nope. Now you're sucking from the... Oh my god, this interface. Oh my god, this interface. So good. It's sucking from the balls next to it. Yep. Even though I put them down. Oh yeah, you guys really just fucking nailed this shit, didn't you? You. Is it you? Out. Go ahead. It's enough. Fill them up again. All of those are 7.5. 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 6.4, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, and we know the other one's 7.5, 7.5. And then you guys, 15.9, out, in, stop, in. How close are we? Yeah, we went half the distance in the time I've been fucking with this. F5, F9. Pawn, are you gonna watch GDQ? Is that a thing? Is it happening? It's not a physical location event, is it? My answer, if it's a physical location event, is no, fuck those people. If it's an online thing, then maybe. Would you ever go to GDQ if you get the chance again? Yeah, I'd be open to that. Depending on whether or not they're trying to kill people with COVID right now. Out. It's all streamed from the runners' houses. Okay, yeah. And probably. I had no idea that it was gonna happen. That's gonna lower the quality of GDQ. I think you maybe should have just, like, let this pass for a bit, but okay. You know, important to raise money at this time for a lot of various things. I guess you can get away with it. It doesn't hurt the brand or anything. People know that it's because of COVID, and it's just going to be a lot sloppier. You know, a lot of speedrunning events do it that way, which is fine. But it's going to be a lot sloppier to coordinate that, and every stream is going to have a different level of quality, and, you know, some of these kids that are speedrunning that don't really know what the fuck they're doing with this live streaming and recording software and stuff like that. It's going to be a bit of a mess, but it's probably going to be worse than putting it on live, honestly. You know? It's going to be more of a technical headache trying to walk through however many people they've signed up for GDQ. If they're going to do the whole thing, 7 days, 24 hours, and it's going to be like 150 streamers, that's probably going to be even worse trying to, like, deal with everybody's issues, and, well, your mic is out of sync, and it keeps falling out of sync. What you need to do is this, that, and the other. Well, I don't understand. Probably easier to just get them all on a plane and bring them to someplace. Which I'm saying don't do. I'm just saying it'll probably be more difficult on the technical end of things for the people who arrange GDQ than it is just setting up your own system and then having people sit down at the chairs. They might have had it so that only people that regularly stream could be a runner this time around, or at least they should have, for their own mental health. Are we coming up on it? We are, and Spermy is ready to go. So when we're close, then Spermy will... I mean, we're coming up on this right now. You guys should just... How far are we away from each other currently? Distance 13. Yeah, just wait till you're close and send Spermy out. So, F5. Warp me up to here. And Undock. Spermy is free. Lights on. Why is your electric charge so low? I guess we've been on this side of the things for a while, but okay. Set to... Oh, you don't have that target anymore. So you want that as your target. And where be your target, Sperm? Spermy, my boy. Where's your target? There's your target. Okay, and there's your prograde. So SAS on. RCSH. See how much monoprop it takes us to do all of this work that would be better done with liquid fuel. Okay, we're heading in the general direction of our target now at a much slower speed. When we will get closest to them is, I guess, here now, 4.3 kilometers. Oh, we got a lot of drift on that, so let's get some more speed in his general direction. There we go. And let's go. Still got a fair whack of drift on that. We will be 2.5 kilometers once we get up to there. Alright. Just gonna let it drift a bit. The prograde back with additional speed. So far, 4 units of liquid fuel have been spent. 0.4 kilometers distance between the two of us when we get there. Warp me to that. Where you at? There you are. You're getting past me now. RCS off. We approach. Okay, put me into locked camera mode so I know what the dorsals are. And we'll control from here. RCS off. Yeah, that isn't right. That is not right. It's because of the camera. There we go, that's right. Now, where are we? What's going on? Okay. And we approach. Breath of the Wild where they get all the dog treasures? Is that a thing? Okay. Just slide past him here. Oh, no. Okay. Now we'll come around. And suck on his teat. Or whatever we're supposed to be doing here. So if I'm like this... Drop his solar panel. That would be a good call. But, you know, I fly by the seat of my nothing. Wow, we need fine controls here is what we need. Okay. So let's figure out, like, how we want to grab him, I guess. RCS off. Okay, well, let's just grab him like this. This is a good way to grab him. If we grabbed him like that, that'd be okay, right? That'd be good, too. Yeah. That'd be fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and retract that solar panel, as was recommended to me. We'll leave that antenna out, I suppose. Pulling, you have placed the wheels too high up. They don't seem to reach the ground, Tier 30. I think the whole craft is a little bit too high up right now. Little magnets. A little bit too high up. We're not RCS. Ooh, and we've got lots of control authority because we're borrowing it from there now. I still want to be controlling from, like, here, I guess. Yeah. And then we want to change our target. Our target is now back to the ovum. Oh, that is our target? The ovum's now our target? Did you automatically switch back to that? Because this craft was already targeting it. Ah, perhaps. Alright, this is going to be a hard maneuver to do, but let's get you over to here. And we'll see how things be. So there's my prograde. I think what I want to do is be burning about here to start. I'm gonna ask a friend if he can get some from a birthday. With your drugs and whatnot. Pony, Jim is here. We don't need more people talking about illicit substances. We've filled the quota. Alright, that's 8 meters per second in its general direction. It cost us quite a bit of monoprop to do. Monoprop, not really designed for this, but it is working. So... and then, yeah, go ahead and... me like that, I think. His general direction. There's a lot of drift between us currently. F5. Warp a bit. Where's our next closest point? 3.5, huh? We can do better than that, I think. Uh, 1.0. That's more what I'm talking about. F5 me. And then warp me up to before we're there. Good. Very good. Alright. Well, let's start slowing down in his direction, which is going to be a push from here. See how well we've done there. Clon's plan is coming together. It was always my plan to have to push this stupid fucking thing from and then go grab him with a monoprop probe. Spending like 60 monoprop in the process. This was I love it. I love it when my plans oh, we're coming in hot and fast. Oop. Coming in right at the station, though. Hot and fast. F5. we started this out, and then he had 100 and something when he lanked up, and it's gonna have cost about 50 monoprop to pull this off, I think. Actually coming in at a decent place here, too.
You can always fly a tourist's refueler to the station.
Okay, I didn't realize that's really where we were, but that's apparently where we were. F5, we've made it. RCS off. If I unlink now, you should have something in your own bowl, right? Your own bowl should still have a bit of something to it. Yes, you're full. Why are you full? And we've been using the monoprop from this side exclusively. I'll bet anything fuel transfer is off, right? Enable crossfeed, yeah. Alright, but that's fine. We're not interested. Undock. Shit. Spermy. Spermy. SAS on. RCS. Give me, like, the locked camera, so I have an idea. Nope, I was in fine controls. Just need you to wait here for me, boy. There you go, that's good. You wait here. Are you in fine controls as well? You are? Excellent. And you're still just sort of right here? Excellent. What we want from you is I will control from here. And I will go into that view as well. It makes things a bit easier. And if I can merge through, point where I can see something. I can't see anything. Yeah, I can't see nothing. Is this... I presume this is the correct direction anyway. I'm looking for from you then would be like this. Set that as the target. Do you have anything still deployed? You do. Can I bring in your antenna and not lose the ability to control? Yeah, I can't really see what I'd like to be able to see here, and nor can you. How about if I do it like this, and then at least you guys can see something of what's happening, even though neither of us really knows what the fuck's going on. Okay, just gonna trust the ball on this one, I guess. Wheels are just searching for friction. RCS off. Is he parked? He's parked! And this shit again. What is going on? Your bet's as good as mine. Locked. Locked,
The
yes.
delivery
Locked,
van
no.
is here. Who ordered food?
Where's the... You... Play direction forward. Okay, well, that's apparently that's how the game's meant to be played. I still have no idea what's intended to be, like, how do I fucking lock something in position once it's where I want it to be? There's a locked button. I put it on an animation in the robotics cycle. That didn't fucking work. Last time I turned locked was on, and then I turned locked off, and it snapped to position. Locked yes. Now it's in locked yes. It was in locked no before, and they did that, and then I hit locked and went boom, and it went back. Now it's in locked yes. I have no idea what the fuck they actually intended. I don't think they intended anything. Because, you know, it's Kerbal. That presumes that they had an idea and weren't just throwing shit together. Oh, no, RCS off. We gotta park Spermy back up. But we've got our lander here. So where are you going to park up, Mr. Spermy? We've got an empty port somewhere, right? Yes, we've got this port. Wow, we have all of our docking ports are going to be taken now at this point. Set you as the target. And I want to be that side of things once I get there. I'll try and pass you by on that side. And F5 and Fizz Warp. Well, no Fizz Warp necessary. Just give me a regular warp. I really do like this camera mode, though, for this. It does make things feel really big and grand, and it feels like you're on, like, a lockdown camera system, and do these little rotational moves and spins and whatnot. It's like, wow. Makes everything feel really big. It would be time to consider expansion of the station. We just got the station up here. And I already have... Yeah, no, I'm with you. I've already started to think of that. Just in terms of, like, bringing up an arm, an extension for this arm, which would be relatively lightweight and just have a couple of more docking ports on it. It's no big deal. But yeah, because we need, like, more big and small docking ports. And we haven't even, like, started putting things up here. It's just... The station wasn't designed, you know, well, apparently, by whoever made it. Wasn't me, I don't know. Oh wait, it was me. I do know. Okay. CS on. Twist you over. Thank you. CS. H. H. There's no specific... Okay, RCS off. Specific way that Spermy needs to attach. There we go, we're all attached. Did it hold this time? I think it held this time. Alright. Alright. Give me a view that doesn't suck. Thank you. So, we now have our little moon lander. Look at it, ready to go, too. If I turned all these interior overlays on at once... Oh, hell yeah. I mean, it's empty. Ain't nobody in there right now. But that truck is ready to go to the moon, except for that it needs to be refueled. And if only we had some fuel. Oh, we've got a 3,000 or so liquid fuel. We've got 2,037 liquid fuel up here. But we do have some liquid fuel. It's my point. That's what I'm on about. It was a contract station. Yeah, they paid me to build it. I didn't really care. I just slapped it together with, you know, all this and these little details and that. You know. But, you know, it was a contract stuff. Are we there yet? We're there yet. We are indeed. We are there yet. We have our moon lander. We have Spermy. We put that satellite into orbit. And so we've got these two polar satellites that are at like 180 degrees difference, just right across there. And then at a lower orbit where they asked me to put this one, we have this, this whatever the fuck it is. Can I rename these without having to switch to them or something? We could probably do that in the tracking station, right? That's Barfreeze Pod? Do I have missions to save these fucking people? Why am I seeing Barfreeze Pod? Maybe I already saved Barfree at a previous point. Hallis's Wreckage? Oh, that's the guy that we need to go and, like, land and save him. If only we had some kind of, like a moon camper, like a recreational vehicle that we could go and pick that guy up from. We have no way of getting him home right now, but that's a completely different matter. Move the new relay to a higher orbit. I was thinking that too. That matches this one, but you know, equatorial. I'm thinking that as well. Yeah, and we can wait for the best timing. I don't know what the best timing would be. Would you want it at a 90? Like, if these guys are straight up and down, you'd want him, like, crossing their orbital line here on an equatorial thing? Would you say this is a moon rover? Yes! In fact, I have, at least when I was building it, I did give it the quality, or, you know, I changed it to be, to read a moon rover. And that has not been saved. So, yeah, there you go. Rover with R and V in it? I see that now. Shall we do that? Let's do the thing. Let's move the satellite up to where it ought to be. Switch over. And, you know, put it up higher. It's got a bunch of DV on it. 290. That's a bunch. It's got some DV on it. I don't know how much we can actually, you know, do, really, if we get down to it. Let's say if my target were you, then that would give me, like, ascending and descending nodes that I could use for where I would put this on. Let's find out how much it would cost me to do this. So these guys are at 666s, that kind of an area. So our apps would want to go to a 666. 663, okay. And that's only 78, and then on the other side of it, we do it over there. Okay. I think we can do that. And we can leave this as it is until these two are in a good position or something, I don't know. But I don't think that, I think this will actually be fine. It would be nice if we could twist it. Once we're out here and we're really slow, twisting it will be easier to do. We'll do it on the App burn whenever we come around to that. But yeah. Yeah! Let's do it. How are you in relation to that actual, to the ascending node? Oh, you're right on top of it. That's fine. That's fine then, it is. That's a 2-second burn. So, F5 and warp me to it. Where am I? I guess I'm here. So you drop me here a minute ahead. Okay. And that is, did I, like, throttle you down any? No, I didn't. Let's go down to, like, 1/3 power, so that it is a longer burn that I have more control over. Well, let's just go down to 50. Yeah. And then this is going to be on your prograde. I'm not even going to worry about the target. Just going to burn on my prograde. 5-second burn now. So get ready. Go. Okay. What did we actually get out of that? Because I wasn't even looking. I was just watching the node. 664. That's fine. 664. Right where we want the Epwaps to be, which is crossing these guys. You know, more or less right where we want it to be. If I were to just that's the wrong direction point. You don't want it. Don't fuck with it. It's fine. It's fine. That's what it is. So now the question would be, if my target is these, target position at intersect of being there, and the next time that I went around it would be there. Let's do a maneuver here, and then we'll just go through the days and see if there's any point at which everything's just like in the perfect, I think what I want is 90 degrees would be great. I mean, that's pretty goddamn close right there. Right? Yeah, in fact, look at how close we are to intersecting each other So I don't know what that's actually telling me, but the fact that this target is there when we're here, that's beautiful, and that's just one more rotation. I'll bet I could make that better. If on the day before, I burnt us a little bit. If I go back, and then I actually put something on here, burn us a little bit higher. The problem is, how do I get a, how do I get a maneuver node that will show me one way or the other? So now if I go back to the first one... Oh my god, Pawn, you're a fucking genius. This is how you do this, apparently. There you go. It'll be 90 degrees. Glad we are addressing the satellite alignment. Everyone knows RVs need that satellite TV to watch while out in nature. That is brilliant, is what that is. That's what I want to happen. So that's the one that we've got selected right now, node in 1 hour 36. I think this will be fine if I just click the go to that node button. So let's try that. It should stop me this wrap round. Yes. And then we're going to our prograde. And I'm going to burn 1.6 meters per second, which is a burn time of almost nothing. So in order to try and have that level of control, let's turn these thrust limiters down to... just like 10%. F5 again. I'm just going to have to trust this, too. I'm going to have to do it right and trust it. I'm going to go past the node, though. What? Because I want it, like, right here. Boy, that's... I don't think I want to push for any closer than 0.1. I'm going to drop that, and then if I go to you... straight up and down, baby. Not perfectly. Straight up and down, baby. Don't worry about it, Pawn. It's brilliant, it's beautiful, it's lovely. NASA would not have, you know, same standards for them. Oh, shit. We want to come back around to here. And then when we're here, we want to burn right when we're on the cross point of these two, right on our ascending node. We want to... get our periaps up to what it needs to be, which is 666. And I think we also want to be doing a little bit like that. Get over here and I'll do it on my, my normals. Yeah, my radials, rather. You out to 666ville. Good. 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 That's what we're looking for. That'll be brilliant. Brilliant? Brilliant. So that's a burn time of 19 seconds while our engines are nerfed as they are. 4 seconds. Let's have it be around 4 seconds. We'll do this at 50% thrust. F5 me, take me to that node. And we're going to end up like that. It's so good. I've never done something this nice in terms of like the timing of the satellites and just, God, so good. Stability assist, get me on that target, more or less. Really, as quick as this burn is, I should just stick with my prograde? No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. So a 4-second burn, F5, get me closer to it. I'm gonna start now. Do it at half throttle. Almost. The App-Waps just needs to flip sides. Okay, App and Parry are ready to flip. There we go. We have 664 and 666. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we done went and did it. That is awesome. That is fucking awesome. Drop all of the things, drop all of the nodes, drop all of the targets. Is it you that I was targeting? Unset target. Look at that. So we're here when one of those is there. That's so good. That's so good. Damn, I just kind of want to watch that go around once, you know? Wouldn't that be nice? Like at a reasonably slow speed, just watch it from map mode. If I focus the moon, F5, and then just watch as these 3 satellites work around each other. We're supposed to be targeting the moon, which means I shouldn't be spinning at all. Focus view on the moon. There you go. Drop you. So, when this guy's all the way out here, he'll be at the cross point, he'll be at the cross point. Yep. Let's see vessel lengths. And then when you cross here... Ooh, these guys will be at the top and bottom. Wow. That's cool. And that's cool. Alright, back to, path, I guess. But that's all done, and the... space station, Moon RV Lifter? Have you changed the name of my space station or something? What the? Moon RV Lifter. Did it change the name of the space station because I parked up to it? It seems that it has. Well, that's convenient. How do I... Is there a way to, like, so that it won't do that shit? Go to the info. Like, you're parked here, friend. You are parked here. If I were to change just the control from here, I believe you can set naming priority. Ronan Pawn is a bit off topic, but what's the train game you used to play where you built up the towns and connected them via rail? Ooh, ask Jim. Transport Fever. Transport Fever. Right, Jim? I think that's what it is. Very interesting. I could complain as much about that as Kerbal, but it has a similar sort of grab on it. And Pawn, I missed that. Read on to Edge's comment immediately before yours. So configure vessel naming. No. Actually, I wanted to control from here. Moon RV Lifter Mark 1, name priority. Okay, so when you're connected to this vessel, the name priority is that. We're a station, and we are the ovum. The ovum. The ovum. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you... I can't set the... If I control from here, can I... Oh, it's there, though. No, I don't want to control from there right now. Control from here is fine, but you... I want configure vessel name. See, it's up here this time. The other part is down in the middle. Now it's up here. You are a rover, and you are... the moon camper. And your name priority would be... Sure, 10. 10 seems reasonable to me. You're the moon camper. And then Spermy, what, is your name correct? Configure vessel naming. You're a station, Spermy. Why are you a station? Is this gonna save this where I think it's gonna save it and how I think it's gonna save it? You are a probe, I guess. And you're Spermy 6, as suggested by Jim, and that can also be a name priority of 10. And so if I go out, what are we right now? We are the ovum. We are the Eggman, Cuckoo. There is also a probe in here. God damn, you think you're done. They just don't let you out. Oh, now it's down here. It's down here this time. Configure vessel naming. You're not the station. You are a probe as well, and you're the tow truck. Mark 1. I mean, it was really Mark, 4. But it's the first one that worked, so we'll let that be the tow truck Mark 4. Are there any other vessels that are attached to this? This is an engine. But it also does have a probe on it, so maybe I should try and name it. You know what? Could you just, aim the camera at something generally over here so I don't have to keep doing that with the middle mouse button? So there's a probe somewhere in here. Be you. Figure vessel naming. You are also a probe, and you are, what is it? It's a, what kind of engine did we put on it? I can't remember. Accept, and then what are you? You're a terrier. Okay. Figure vessel naming. Terrier modular engine. I guess is what we'll call you. Yeah. And your naming priority can be... Actually, your naming priority should be less. Because you might attach to a number of different vessels. Your naming priority should be a 5. So you are the Terrier modular engine when you're floating separate from anything else? Yes. Yes. And, honestly, the same should be true for, Spermy. Priority, 5. Okay. Is that all the things now? It's my massive space station. It's become more of a hassle than anything. You know, are we good? It's a portable engine, yes. I'm glad to have this lifter up here. I wanted to do, on today's stream, I wanted to, send it down for its first mission. Save that guy, grab up some science, come back. But we've been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes just getting it up here. So I think that's going to have to be the next mission, or, the next live stream. We have a number of things to do at the moon, and we could go pick up some more, probably, for as long as we've been up here doing them. We need to rescue this guy from the moon. There's recovering Tannery and Tannery's craft from orbit of the moon. or Mimas, space data from around Kerbin, sandstone, olivine formation. Those are both on Mimas, so those don't have anything to do with it. But we, generally speaking, just having science would be a great thing. Now, you have... I don't know how this works. So, it has 2.8 science in it, and it's manufactured 29 data, and is data equal to science? I don't get it. Or is the data what we put in, the turn to the science that we put in into data, and now it's generating science, then we could transmit our science if we clicked on the transmit science. Or we could level up the crew. What's the level up crew about? Jesus Christ, I don't know how that works. I don't understand how that fucking works. You can transmit science, yeah. I get that, I saw that button. How does this work though? When we brought the thing in and put it in there and then said start researching, was it data that we put in and now it's turned the data into science? Or was it science that we put in and it's turning the science into data? How long does it fucking take? Because my god, that seems like a long time to make just 2.8 science. How much data do I need to put in, or how much science do I need? Like, I don't get any of it. That would be an issue for... Ooh, there's a moon arch. Moon arch. Right down there. That would be an issue for a, I don't know, game designer to sort out, to make it clear in the naming conventions what the fuck is actually happening. It's something a game designer would want to do, probably. I wish the space station would just hold itself in any position permanently, but I guess it's never going to do that. So, just leave it. Just leave it. I think we come to the end of this live stream. Sadly, I wanted to do so much more. But I am very happy to, you know, it excites me to think that we've got the rover, or the moon camper out here, and that on the next stream, back to the Space Center, please, on the next stream, that that will send it down and test it for the first time. And are there any rocks to be gathered from the moon? You know, since the moon is pretty much just rocks. No? Rocks and dust. Are there any? I haven't gotten any missions for that. Let's go into mission control and see if they've given me anything. Scan of green sandstone, but that's for Minmus. Rescue somebody in orbit of Kerbin. New orbital station around the moon! I just put one there! Fuck you! New orbital station on a solar orbit? No. Simple scan with the rover arm of a moon crater. Find a moon crater and collect data with the CRS. We suspect you'd find one of these in the polar lowlands, canyons, or southwest crater biomes. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Recover module Z85N from orbit of the moon. We got to bring it all the way back to... Well, we got another project, another thing that's like that. But yeah, let's scan a moon crater with that arm, baby. Yeah. Maybe the moon has some cheese to bring back. Possibly. Possibly. I would like to have this too, but I'm kind of maxed out on contracts right now. I could upgrade the facility and then have as many contracts as I want, you know, permanently. But I kind of like having a limit on contracts. So that I don't stack myself way too fucking deep. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Now we've got a couple of missions at the moon. Save a guy and scan a crater are the big ones, and then apparently there's some jackass lost in orbit. If they had a docking port on them, I've got a spare engine that I could hook up to your craft. We got a tow ship. We can actually send that out, bring it back. We could probably, with the fuel that the tow ship pulls up to, we could bring it all the way back to Kerbin orbit. How the fuck I'd get it down? I don't know. Maybe if it's got its own parachute on it, then something. We could push it. I don't know. I've never done a mission like that. Lots of interesting things lie ahead of us. Right now, what lies ahead of us is the end of this live stream because I really have to pee. I'm squirming. I don't know if you've noticed for the past 5 minutes in particular. A lot of squirming in the chair going on. Thanks for the stream. Pi is disappointed. I was only here for 4 hours and 45 minutes. But everything's in a state. It's in position now. We can finally start playing with the moon as opposed to playing around in orbit of the moon. So I'm excited to see that. For now, holy shit, we're down to 110 subs. Boy, all one day. There's just, I suppose that's what happened last time, was donated a whole lot of subs on one particular day, huh? Anyway, thanks for coming out, everybody. I will see you probably tomorrow with more Kerbal Space Program, because I want to, and then again, very shortly in our future with Cluster Truck, because I'm ready to take 5th place. I'm ready to jump from 8th to 5th place. Know I can do it. We were so close last time. I'll see you next time. I gotta go pee. Come on out.